Some men collect stamps. Others collect souls. Prague, 1998, where a killer turned love into a laboratory and trust into a tomb. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story is darker than the last, and the truth is colder than fiction. I'm so glad you're here, no matter where you're tuning in from. I see you, and you're part of this family. These stories are made for those who crave truth in the quiet hours. But without subscribing, liking, or commenting, they won't reach as far as they should. A simple like or comment helps the channel thrive, allowing me to share more untold truths. If these stories speak to you, take a moment to show your support. It means everything and keeps the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed heir. This is the story of the architect of agony, the story of Petr Zelenka. We hunt monsters in the darkness, convinced we'll recognize their fangs, their claws, their hunger. But what happens when the monster wears a wedding ring? When he kisses you goodnight before descending into a basement where screams have soaked into the concrete? Tonight, we descend into the mind of a man who didn't just take lives. He dismantled them piece by piece, woman by woman, lie by lie. This is the story of Petr Zelenka, the Czech surgeon who prescribed death, and the 8 women who paid for his love with their last breath. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. The autumn air in Prague carried the scent of roasting chestnuts and decaying leaves when Petr Zelenka first learned that power wasn't found in the healing of flesh, but in its destruction. Born in 1966 into a country strangled by communist rule, young Petr grew up in a crammed apartment in Prague's Žižkov district, where the walls were thin enough to hear neighbors' arguments and thick enough to muffle screams. His father, a factory worker with hands perpetually stained with grease, ruled their home with volcanic unpredictability, calm one moment, erupting the next. His mother, a seamstress whose fingers bled onto white fabric, taught Petr the most dangerous lesson of all. Silence is survival. But Petr didn't just learn to be silent. He learned to watch, to study, to memorize the precise angle of his father's jaw before violence exploded. He cataloged his mother's flinches, her shallow breathing, the way she made herself smaller in doorways. By age 7, Petr could predict domestic weather patterns with meteorological precision. By 10, he'd stopped flinching altogether. He'd discovered something colder than fear, curiosity. School records paint Petr as unremarkable. Average grades, few friends. Teachers noted he was withdrawn but polite, which is often how we describe children who've learned that attention brings pain. But there were cracks in the facade, hairline fractures that went unexamined. When he was 12, a classmate's pet rabbit disappeared during a school camping trip. Petr found it 3 days later, or what remained of it. Systematically dissected, organs arranged in a circle around the small body like an offering to something ancient and hungry. He told teachers he'd found it that way. They believed him because his eyes were so very sad. The 1980s in Czechoslovakia were gray years, where ambition went to die and conformity was currency. But Petr possessed something his peers lacked: patience. He studied obsessively, not from passion but from calculation. Medical school was the prize, the legitimized access to human vulnerability. While other students memorized anatomy for healing, Petr memorized it for control. He learned where to cut to maximize pain, where to press to erase consciousness, how long the human body could endure before it simply surrendered. His professors praised his steady hands and remarkable focus. During cadaver dissections, while others gagged or looked away, Petr leaned closer. He took his time. He was never squeamish, never hurried. One instructor later recalled, with a shudder that rattled his coffee cup. He treated those bodies like lovers, gentle, intimate. It was wrong somehow, but I couldn't articulate why. In 1989, the Velvet Revolution transformed Czechoslovakia, breathing freedom into suffocated lungs. While crowds celebrated in Wenceslas Square, Petr watched from his apartment window with clinical detachment. Political systems were irrelevant to him. Power structures would always exist. He simply needed to carve his place within them. He completed medical school in 1992 with unremarkable grades and remarkable coldness. His bedside manner was described as distant and mechanical. Patients felt examined rather than cared for. But competence mattered more than warmth in Prague's overwhelmed hospital system, and Petr was nothing if not competent. He knew the body's architecture intimately, every nerve, every vessel, every point where life could be encouraged or extinguished. But medicine bored him. Healing was repetitive, predictable. The human body's resilience annoyed him, its stubborn insistence on survival, its betraying will to live. He wanted to explore the opposite trajectory, to map suffering, to document the precise moment when hope died in someone's eyes. He married in 1994. Her name was Jana, a soft-spoken pharmacy technician with trusting eyes and a laugh that sounded like wind chimes. She thought she'd found a good man, quiet, stable, educated, a doctor, someone who saved lives. She didn't notice how his hands lingered too long on her throat when they embraced, didn't recognize the assessment in his gaze, the way he looked at her like a blueprint rather than a bride. Their home was a modest two-story house in Prague's suburbs, distinguished only by its basement, larger than typical, with thick walls and a heavy door that Petr insisted on installing himself. For privacy, he told Jana, I need a space to think, to decompress from work. She understood. Medicine was stressful. Everyone needed sanctuary. She didn't know that sanctuary has many definitions. Petr began frequenting bars and clubs where vulnerability pooled like stagnant water. Not the trendy establishments where students danced and laughed, but darker spaces where desperation wore cheap perfume. He hunted women who wouldn't be immediately missed, the addicted, the homeless, the sex workers, the foreigners whose families lived countries away. Women's society had already deemed disposable. He was handsome in an unremarkable way, clean, well-spoken. He wore his medical credentials like cologne, intoxicating women who'd been poisoned by harder men. He was gentle in those early encounters, offering warmth to those who'd been cold for too long. He bought them meals, listened to their stories with manufactured empathy, made promises he never intended to keep. The first woman was named Ludmila, 32 years old, heroin-thin and desperate enough to believe a doctor who promised help. He met her outside a methadone clinic in November 1996, offering rehabilitation, a fresh start, hope. She followed him like a stray dog follows scraps. His basement had been prepared for months. Soundproofing panels stolen from the hospital's renovation. Restraints purchased abroad and smuggled back in his medical bag. Tools that served surgery and suffering with equal efficiency. A drain in the concrete floor that led nowhere good. Jana heard nothing that first night. Not Ludmila's screams, which Petr conducted like an orchestra. Accelerating, diminishing, silencing. Not the sounds of amateur surgery performed without anesthesia, where the point wasn't healing but harm. Jana slept soundly upstairs, dreaming of the child they'd been trying to conceive, while her husband downstairs learned that death is rarely instant, that the body clings to life with embarrassing desperation, that suffering can be calibrated, measured, extended. Ludmila died after 3 days. Petr took meticulous notes, documenting vitals, responses, the dimming light in her eyes. He felt nothing but intellectual satisfaction, the pleasure of curiosity finally sated. He dismembered her methodically, wrapping pieces in medical-grade plastic, distributing them across Prague's many waterways over subsequent weeks. The Vltava River accepted his offerings without judgment. No one reported Ludmila missing. No one searched. No one cared. This, Petra realized, was the key to invisibility. Hunt among the invisible. By 1998, his basement had become a graduate program in atrocity. Each woman a dissertation, each death a data point. He refined his methods, learning from mistakes. Ludmila had died too quickly, shock, probably, from trauma his surgical precision couldn't prevent. The second woman, Vera, lasted 5 days. He'd learned to be gentler, to keep them hovering in that terrible space between consciousness and mercy. Jana noticed changes in her husband. He was distant, distracted, sometimes emerging from the basement with blood beneath his fingernails that he claimed was from work. Emergency surgery, he'd explain, kissing her forehead with lips that had recently smiled at suffering. She wanted to believe him. Belief was easier than suspicion. Suspicion required action, and action required courage she'd been taught women shouldn't possess. The neighbors noticed nothing. Petra was polite, quiet, helpful even, shoveling their sidewalks in winter, offering medical advice over backyard fences. The screams never reached them. Sound doesn't travel through guilt and indifference. By May 1998, 8 women had disappeared into Petra Zelenka's basement. 8 women had learned that monsters don't lurk in fairy tales. They file taxes, attend neighborhood barbecues, and sleep beside wives who notice nothing until noticing is too late. But Petra was growing bored again. The basement had become routine. He needed escalation, innovation. He began fantasizing about hunting closer to home, about women who would be missed, women whose disappearances would generate headlines and investigations and fear. He'd spent 2 years perfecting invisibility. Now he wanted to be seen. This hunger, this arrogance, this belief that he'd transcended consequence. This would be his undoing. Because while Petra Zelenka studied death, he'd forgotten to study chance. And chance has teeth. Detective Milan Novak didn't believe in patterns until the summer of 1998 forced him to see them. A 23-year veteran of Prague's criminal police, Milan had witnessed the aftermath of the Velvet Revolution's chaos. Organized crime filling power vacuums, corruption metastasizing through institutions, violence becoming Czechoslovakia's unwanted inheritance. He'd grown cynical, efficient, emotionally cauterized. Missing persons reports stacked on his desk like kindling, most involving women from society's margins. Runaways, addicts, sex workers, the disappeared who nobody fought to find. But 8 women vanishing over 18 months from a relatively small geographic radius? That wasn't chaos. That was choreography. Milan first noticed the pattern in June 1998 while organizing files during a sleepless night. His wife had left him 3 years earlier, tired of competing with corpses for his attention. His apartment was monastic. A bed, a desk, coffee that tasted like penance. He'd spread the missing persons reports across his floor, connecting locations with string, searching for the grammar of disappearance. The women ranged from 19 to 37. Different backgrounds, different vulnerabilities, but they shared geography, all last seen within a 3-kilometer radius of Prague's eastern suburbs. All vanished without witness, without struggle, without goodbye, as if the earth had simply opened and swallowed them. Milan knew predatory patterns. He'd studied Soviet-era serial cases, Western criminology texts smuggled past communist censors. Killers were creatures of habit, bound by psychological rituals even as they attempted randomness. They hunted in comfort zones. They refined methods. They escalated. He requested autopsy reports for unidentified remains found in the preceding 2 years. Most were incomplete, bodies discovered in advanced decomposition, rendered anonymous by water and time. But there were consistencies. Evidence of antemortem trauma, surgical precision in dismemberment, cause of death frequently undetermined because organs were missing. Someone was practicing medicine without mercy. Milan began canvassing the areas where women disappeared, interviewing bartenders, sex workers, shop owners, people who noticed without being noticed. A pattern emerged in their descriptions. A well-dressed man, early 30s, polite, claiming to be a doctor. He didn't fit the profile of predators who operated in these spaces. No visible aggression, no drunken entitlement. He was gentle, which made him dangerous. He seemed kind, one sex worker told Milan, her eyes haunted by recognition. That's what worried me. Men like that don't come here to be kind. They come here because we're easy to erase. Milan requested hospital employee records, cross-referencing addresses against his geographic profile. Hundreds of potential suspects. But when he narrowed criteria, male, medical training, living within the hunting radius, married, statistically, serial killers often maintained conventional domestic facades. The list contracted dramatically. Petr Zelenka appeared on page 3. There was nothing remarkable in his file. Clean record, competent physician, married, homeowner. He looked like every other middle-aged professional navigating post-communist capitalism. Milan stared at his identification photo for longer than necessary, searching for malevolence in pixels. He found only ordinariness. But ordinariness, Milan knew, was often evil's most effective disguise. He began surveillance, watching Petr's routines with predator patience. Morning jogs, hospital shifts, grocery shopping with Jana, who laughed at his jokes and held his hand like proof of normalcy. Petr seemed to embody suburban contentment, but Milan had learned to distrust performance. Then, on July 14, 1998, Milan witnessed deviation. Petr left work early, driving not toward home but toward Ziskov's deteriorating neighborhoods. He parked near a bar where sex workers negotiated survival. Milan watched him approach a young woman, early 20s, hollow-eyed, swaying slightly from intoxication or exhaustion. They talked. Petr handed her money. She hesitated, then nodded. Milan's pulse accelerated. He radioed for backup, following as Petr drove the woman not toward any hotel, but toward his suburban home. It was late afternoon. Jana would be at work. She had an evening pharmacy shift. The house was empty except for whatever waited in the basement. This was it, the moment of intervention. Milan had probable cause for investigation, though not quite arrest. He needed to act carefully. Mistakes would mean dismissal or worse in Prague's still fragile judicial system. He approached the house 40 minutes after Petr and the woman entered. Knocked, waited, knocked again, louder, announcing police presence. Petr answered, smiling, unruffled. "Detective, how can I help you?" Routine questions regarding missing persons in the area. Milan kept his voice neutral. "May I come in?" Something flickered behind Petr's eyes, calculation disguised as confusion. "Of course, though I'm not sure how I can help." The living room was aggressively normal. Family photographs, medical journals, a half-empty coffee cup. Milan listened for sounds from below, for evidence of the woman he'd watched enter. Silence. "You live alone?" Milan asked, knowing the answer. "My wife is at work. I have the evening free." Petr's hands were steady. No nervous tells. No defensive posturing. "I noticed a woman entering with you earlier." Petr's expression didn't change. "A patient. She needed medical attention, minor injury. I treated her and arranged transportation. She left through the back door perhaps 20 minutes ago." It was plausible. Barely. Milan had no warrant, no concrete evidence. Just instinct screaming danger. "I'd like to see your basement." Now Petr hesitated just fractionally. "My wife stores items there. It's quite cluttered." "I'm not sure. It's voluntary cooperation," Milan interrupted. "Unless you'd prefer I obtain a warrant." The silence stretched like a wound. Then Petr nodded. "Of course. This way." The basement door was reinforced, unusual for residential property. Petr unlocked it, 2 separate deadbolts, and descended stairs that smelled of bleach and something organic underneath. Milan followed, hand near his service weapon. The basement was spotless. White walls, concrete floor gleaming with recent cleaning. Storage boxes neatly stacked. A workbench with tools arranged by size. Nothing overtly incriminating. But Milan noticed details. Soundproofing material. A drain in the floor center, unusual for storage spaces. Slight discoloration in concrete suggesting repeated, intensive cleaning. The smell of bleach so strong it burned his sinuses. The smell of concealment. Satisfied, Petra asked, still smiling. Milan wasn't, but he lacked proof. For now, he left, but surveillance intensified. Milan assigned additional detectives, established rotating watches. They documented Petra's movements, photographed his visitors, recorded his routines. The woman from July 14th was found 3 days later, alive, confirming Petra's story about medical treatment and departure. But Milan knew truth from performance. He requested search warrants, subpoenaed financial records, interviewed Petra's colleagues. The investigation consumed him, became personal. He dreamed of basement drains, of women screaming through soundproofing, of surgical precision applied to atrocity. Petra, meanwhile, recognized the scrutiny. Surveillance vehicles weren't as invisible as detectives believed. He felt Milan's investigation tightening like a noose, felt the walls closing incrementally. He needed to decide, stop permanently or eliminate the problem. Jana finally confronted him in late July, finding police business cards in his jacket pocket. "What's happening? Why are police interested in you?" Petra kissed her forehead, the gesture automatic, meaningless. "Misunderstanding." Patient filed a complaint. "It's nothing." She wanted to believe him, but doubt, once planted, grows with terrible persistence. She began noticing things she'd trained herself to ignore. His late nights in the basement, bloodstains he blamed on work, the smell of bleach that clung to his clothes. She started sleeping lightly, listening for sounds that might confirm or deny her darkening suspicions. Milan knew he needed concrete evidence. Circumstantial patterns weren't enough for prosecution. He needed bodies, witnesses, physical proof that connected Petra to disappearances. He intensified interviews with hospital staff, searching for anyone who'd noticed irregularities. A surgical nurse named Petra finally provided the crack. She described Petra's fascination with anesthesia, how he'd requested access to outdated records on pain tolerance studies. He was too interested in suffering, she told Milan, her voice barely audible. He asked questions that had nothing to do with healing. Milan obtained search warrants in early August, assembling a team for basement excavation. They expected resistance, flight, maybe violence. Instead, when they arrived at Petra's home on August 18, 1998, they found the front door unlocked. Jana was in the kitchen, pale and trembling. "He's downstairs," she whispered. "He's been down there since yesterday. He won't come up." Milan descended those stairs for the second time, multiple officers behind him, weapons drawn. They found Petra sitting calmly at his workbench, surrounded by evidence he'd apparently decided to stop hiding. 8 identification cards arranged in a circle, photographs of women in various stages of terror and death, notebooks filled with meticulous observations, measurements, clinical descriptions of suffering, surgical instruments that had served purposes no ethics board would ever sanction. And in the corner, partially concealed by tarp, the body of a woman who'd disappeared 6 days earlier. Petra's final victim, the one he hadn't finished processing before detection became inevitable. He looked up at Milan without emotion. "I knew you'd come eventually. You're persistent. I respect that." "Why?" Milan asked the only question that mattered. Petra considered this, tilting his head like a curious bird. "Because I could. Because they were there and nobody cared. Because suffering is the only honest human experience." They arrested him without struggle. He was compliant, almost relieved. The performance was finished. The monster could finally remove his mask. The Prague courthouse resembled a Baroque fortress, its yellow facade and arched windows promising justice tempered by centuries of precedent. But justice, like monsters, wears many faces. When Petr Zelenka's trial commenced in March 1999, all of Czechoslovakia watched, hungry for explanations that would never satisfy. The prosecution assembled overwhelming evidence. 8 confirmed victims, though investigators suspected more. Bodies too degraded for identification. Women who'd vanished without trace into Prague's underground currents. Physical evidence from Petr's basement painted a portrait of systematic torture. Restraint marks on concrete walls. Biological residue that bleach couldn't completely erase. tools that belonged in horror films rather than medical facilities. But the most damning evidence emerged from Petr's own documentation. He kept journals, meticulously recording each victim's deterioration, clinical observations mixed with something worse, aesthetic appreciation, as if suffering were art requiring critique. Day 3, Subject 5. Pain threshold significantly lower than predicted. Vocalizations decrease after 72 hours, possibly due to vocal cord damage. Interesting regression to childhood called for mother repeatedly in final hours. Death occurred at 4:23, approximately 15 minutes earlier than calculated. Disappointing. The courtroom listened in horrified silence as prosecutors read these entries aloud. Jana sat in the front row, unrecognizable from the woman who'd believed in her husband's goodness. She'd lost weight, aged a decade in months, her eyes carrying knowledge that hollowed her from inside. She testified reluctantly, describing the man she'd slept beside while women died below. "I heard nothing," she repeated, the phrase becoming her mantra. "I heard nothing. I heard nothing." But hearing nothing is sometimes complicity's preferred language. The defense attempted psychiatric arguments that Petr suffered from antisocial personality disorder, that his childhood abuse created psychological deficits preventing empathy. Expert witnesses described his emotional flatness, his inability to process normal human connection, his view of others as objects rather than beings. But Petr himself undermined these defenses. When finally allowed to address the court, he spoke with chilling clarity. "I'm not insane. I understood exactly what I was doing. I simply didn't care. The women I killed were already dying from addiction, from poverty, from systems that had abandoned them. I merely accelerated the inevitable. And in doing so, I learned something valuable. That suffering reveals truth. When you strip away everything, dignity, hope, the illusion of meaning, what remains is raw biology. Nerves firing, muscles contracting, the body's stupid insistence on continuing. That honesty was beautiful to me." The courtroom erupted. Families of victims screamed, requiring restraint by bailiffs. Journalists frantically scribbled quotes that would dominate headlines. Milan Novak, testifying about the investigation, locked eyes with Petr and saw only void, consciousness without conscience, intelligence without humanity. Psychiatric evaluations consumed weeks. Dr. Eva Moravkova, a forensic psychologist, spent 30 hours interviewing Petr, searching for the moment when human became monster. She found no moment, no trauma acute enough to explain his transformation, just a gradual erosion of connection, a slow divorce from empathy beginning in childhood and calcifying over decades. "He's not a psychopath in the traditional sense," Dr. Moravkova testified. "Psychopaths often mimic emotion to manipulate. Petr doesn't bother. He's something rarer, someone who genuinely doesn't comprehend why other people's suffering should matter to him. He views morality as optional, like choosing between coffee and tea. Interesting but ultimately arbitrary." The trial revealed horrifying details about each victim. Their names: Ludmila, Vera, Katerina, Martina, Zuzana, Jitka, Lenka, Simona, became national mourning. Families testified about daughters who'd struggled with addiction, who'd fallen through social safety nets, who'd been failed repeatedly before Petr finished what society started. Ludmila's mother, elderly and broken, addressed the court. "My daughter was sick, not disposable. She fought every day to survive, and this man treated her survival as an inconvenience. He doesn't deserve the mercy she begged for and never received." Petr showed no reaction. His effect remained flat throughout testimony, occasionally taking notes as if attending a lecture rather than his own murder trial. This clinical detachment inflamed public fury. People wanted remorse, tears, some evidence of humanity. His refusal to perform emotion felt like a final violation. Media coverage was relentless. Newspapers published victim photographs beside Petr's identification photo, the visual contrast devastating. Young women full of hope beside a man whose eyes contained nothing. Television psychologists analyzed his psychology, debating nature versus nurture, wondering if evil was born or constructed. Prague's residents struggled with proximity to horror. The house where atrocities occurred became a dark pilgrimage site, people gathering to stare at ordinary architecture that had concealed extraordinary suffering. Neighbors who'd barbecued with Petr, who'd borrowed his lawnmower and exchanged pleasantries, grappled with their inability to recognize danger. Guilt metastasized through community. Could we have known? Should we have seen? Jana attempted suicide 3 weeks into the trial, swallowing pills in a hotel room where shame had driven her. She survived, pulled back by paramedics, forced to continue living with knowledge that intimacy had been delusion. She'd kissed the mouth that smiled at screams. She'd built a future with hands that dismembered women. The trial forced her to testify repeatedly, each appearance reopening wounds that would never heal. Did you suspect? Prosecutors asked again and again. I didn't want to suspect, she finally answered, voice barely audible. Suspicion would have required courage, and I had none. I chose comfort over truth. That choice killed those women as surely as his hands did. The prosecution argued for maximum punishment, life imprisonment without parole possibility. Czech law had abolished the death penalty, rendering life sentence the severest available consequence. They painted Petr as irredeemable, a threat requiring permanent separation from society. The defense, obligated to mount some argument, suggested diminished capacity despite Petr's own contradictions. They cited his childhood abuse, his emotional deficits, arguing these constituted mental illness requiring treatment rather than pure punishment. But the evidence overwhelmed sympathy. Forensic analysts described finding genetic material from multiple victims despite extensive cleaning efforts. Pathologists testified about injuries sustained before death, torture techniques designed to maximize suffering while preventing unconsciousness. Petr had approached murder with surgical precision, applying medical knowledge to inflict maximum harm. One particularly horrifying revelation emerged when investigators discovered audio recordings. Petr had documented screams, pleas, final words. He'd listened to these recordings repeatedly, his journals noting which vocalizations interested him most. Prosecutors played 30 seconds, just 30 seconds, before the judge ordered silence. Those 30 seconds contained infinity of horror, women's voices begging for mercy that would never arrive. The trial lasted 4 months. Witnesses testified, experts analyzed, evidence mounted into mountains. Through it all, Petr remained composed, occasionally smiling slightly when particularly damning details emerged, as if pleased by his own thoroughness. In closing arguments, the lead prosecutor stood before the court, exhausted by months immersed in atrocity. We ask ourselves how such evil exists, how someone can torture and kill without remorse. The answer sits before you, ordinary in appearance, extraordinary in depravity. Petr Zelenka didn't become a monster through single traumatic event. He chose monstrosity incrementally, decision by decision, victim by victim. He looked at vulnerable women and saw opportunities. He transformed his basement into a laboratory of suffering. And he documented everything with pride. The defense claims mental illness. But mental illness doesn't explain the planning, the cleanup, the years of concealment. This wasn't chaos. This was craftsmanship applied to evil. He's not mad. He's simply absent whatever makes us human. And that absence must be locked away forever. The defense offered weak rebuttal, knowing conviction was inevitable. They focused on sentencing, arguing that even monsters deserved some possibility of redemption, that permanent imprisonment without hope was itself inhumane. Petr declined to offer final statement initially. When the judge encouraged him to address the court one last time, he simply said, I did what interested me. The moral frameworks you all accept without questioning are arbitrary. You draw lines based on emotion and tradition, calling some acts acceptable and others monstrous. I simply stopped recognizing those lines. Your horror means nothing to me. Your punishment means nothing to me. I lived authentically, pursuing what fascinated me. That's more than most of you will ever do. The courtroom exploded again. Bailiffs restrained victims' families lunging toward him. Journalists captured his words, knowing they'd become infamous. and Milan Novak, watching from the back, felt the peculiar emptiness that comes from catching monsters. Victory that tastes like ash. The verdict required no deliberation. Guilty on 8 counts of first-degree murder. Guilty on charges of torture. Guilty on charges of illegal detention. The judge, reading the decision, spoke directly to Petcher. You treated human beings as objects for your curiosity. You transformed suffering into entertainment. The court finds no mitigating factors, no explanation that would diminish your culpability. You will spend the remainder of your natural life in prison, removed from society you so thoroughly rejected. Sentencing: life imprisonment, no parole eligibility. Petcher would die behind walls, his name becoming synonymous with depravity, his crimes studied by psychologists and criminologists seeking to understand what he'd proven: that monsters don't always announce themselves with fangs and fury. Sometimes they wear wedding rings and white coats. Sometimes they say goodnight before descending into basements where humanity goes to die. Pankrak Prison, Prague's maximum security facility, became Petr Zelenka's final address in July 1999. The fortress-like structure, built in the 1880s, had housed Czech society's most dangerous for over a century. Political prisoners during communist rule, organized crime figures, and now a monster whose ordinariness made him somehow worse than all who'd come before. Petr adapted to incarceration with the same clinical detachment he'd brought to murder. His cell, 3 meters by 4 meters, containing bed, toilet, small table, became another space for observation. He studied prison hierarchies, documented guard routines, analyzed inmate psychology with the same curiosity he'd applied to torture victims. Even imprisoned, he couldn't stop dissecting. Prison staff found him profoundly disturbing. Most violent criminals exhibited some recognizable pathology: rage, paranoia, remorse. Petr showed nothing. He was polite, compliant, utterly devoid of emotional content. He read medical journals guards smuggled in exchange for small favors. He exercised methodically. He existed without apparent suffering, which inmates found more unnerving than any threat. Other prisoners avoided him. Prison culture has its own morality. Even murderers have codes. Those who harm children or torture victims occupy the lowest hierarchical tier, subject to violence and ostracism. But Petr's complete lack of fear or vulnerability frustrated traditional punishment. You can't threaten someone who genuinely doesn't care whether he lives or dies. One inmate, serving life for multiple gang murders, later described the experience. "I've met killers. I've met psychopaths. This guy was different. He looked at you like you were a math problem. No hate, no respect, nothing. Just analysis. Made my fucking skin crawl." Several violent incidents occurred. Inmates attempting to assert dominance, to make the torture killer scream. But Petr possessed extensive anatomical knowledge and surprising pain tolerance. He injured 2 attackers severely enough to require hospitalization, then calmly explained his defensive actions to guards with the enthusiasm of a teacher presenting lesson plans. Prison psychologists attempted regular evaluation, hoping to document progression or deterioration. They found neither. Dr. Lucas Cerny, assigned as Petr's primary mental health provider, spent 3 years conducting weekly sessions, searching for cracks in the facade. He treats therapy like intellectual exercise, Dr. Cerny wrote in his notes. He discusses his crimes without emotion, analyzes his victim's psychology without empathy, describes torture techniques with the passion others bring to discussing hobbies. When I suggest he must feel something, guilt, satisfaction, anything, he looks confused, as if I'm speaking a language he never learned. The outside world struggled to forget what Petr represented. His trial had exposed uncomfortable truths about how easily society discards vulnerable people, how invisibility enables predation. Czech lawmakers passed legislation improving missing person investigations, particularly for marginalized populations. The Zelenka protocols mandated more thorough response to disappearances regardless of victim background. But legal reforms couldn't resurrect the dead or heal the fractured. Jana never recovered. She survived her suicide attempt but remained psychologically hospitalized for 2 years, unable to reconcile the husband she'd loved with the monster revealed. She eventually relocated to a small village far from Prague, changing her name, attempting invisibility herself. But trauma follows us. Neighbors eventually recognized her, whispered behind hands, turned ordinary life into permanent shame. She gave one interview, 5 years after conviction. Her face obscured, voice distorted. "I still dream about that house, about sleeping peacefully while women died below. People ask how I didn't know. The truth? I didn't want to know. I chose comfort over curiosity, and that choice cost lives. I'll never forgive myself. I'll never expect anyone else to forgive me either." Victims' families navigated grief complicated by society's judgment. These weren't perfect victims who generated universal sympathy. They were drug addicts, sex workers, women society had already condemned. Some families faced cruel questions. Why wasn't she living better? Why was she vulnerable? As if vulnerability justified murder. Ludmila's mother became an advocate, fighting stigma that painted her daughter as disposable. She testified before Parliament, challenged media portrayals, refused to let her daughter be reduced to prostitute or addict rather than woman or human being. "My daughter fought battles you'll never understand," she told journalists. She struggled with demons most people hide better. That didn't make her life worth less. That made her survival more heroic. Petr Zelenka didn't kill 8 prostitutes or 8 addicts. He killed 8 women who deserved to live. Detective Milan Novak retired in 2002, haunted by questions about earlier intervention. Could he have stopped Petr sooner? Were there investigative threads he'd missed? He caught the killer, achieved justice, but victory tasted like failure. 8 women remained dead. Nothing would resurrect them. He spent retirement volunteering with missing person organizations, training younger detectives, emphasizing the humanity a victim society wanted to forget. He never married, never recovered the emotional capacity for intimacy. Petr Zelenka had colonized his psychology, becoming the shadow Milan couldn't escape. Inside prison, Petr became the subject of extensive criminological study. Researchers from multiple universities requested interviews, hoping to understand motivational psychology. Petr granted these requests, apparently enjoying opportunities to discuss his work. One particularly chilling interview, conducted in 2003, revealed his perspective. "People need narrative. They need me to be abused child or psychologically damaged or influenced by pornography or violence. They need causation that would let them prevent the next me. But I'm not preventable. I'm simply someone who stopped pretending morality mattered. You all perform empathy, following rules fear taught you. I stopped performing. That's the only difference." The interviewer, Dr. Helena Ruzakova, a criminologist from Charles University, pressed further. "But you were capable of functioning in society. You maintained relationships, performed your job competently. That requires some understanding of social contracts." Petr smiled, that slight, cold expression guards had learned to fear. "Understanding isn't acceptance. I understood that appearing normal prevented detection. I understood that my wife needed certain performances to maintain her delusion of happiness. I understood that colleagues expected professional courtesy. But understanding a game's rules doesn't mean you respect them. I played by your rules when convenient. When it wasn't, I did what interested me. And the women's suffering? Their fear. Interesting data. Nothing more." Dr. Ruzakova later wrote, "I've interviewed dozens of violent offenders. Most rationalize, minimize, or express some form of justification. Zelenka does none of these. He simply exists outside moral frameworks entirely. It's like interviewing someone from a different species wearing human skin." Media fascination with the case never fully subsided. Documentary filmmakers sought access. True crime writers published sensationalized accounts. Online forums dissected evidence photographs with ghoulish enthusiasm. Petr's crimes became entertainment for people who'd never known his victims, who consumed horror from safe distances. This commodification of atrocity troubled ethicists and victims' advocates. Each documentary, each podcast episode, Each YouTube video analysis resurrected trauma for families trying desperately to heal. The women became props in narratives focused obsessively on the killer. His psychology, his methods, his words. Their lives before encountering him were reduced to paragraphs. Their humanity compressed into victimhood. Some family members refused participation in media projects. Others cooperated, hoping to reclaim their loved ones' stories from sensationalism. Vera's sister, Hannah, became particularly vocal about ethical true crime coverage. My sister was 24 years old when she died. She loved punk music and terrible horror movies. She was trying to get clean, had been sober for 3 weeks when he found her. She had dreams and fears and a laugh that could light up rooms. But true crime doesn't care about that. They care about how she died, how long she suffered, what tools he used. They've turned her worst moments into entertainment. It's a different kind of violation, but violation nonetheless. Inside Pancrack Prison, Petcher developed a strange form of celebrity. Younger inmates, particularly those convicted of violent crimes, sought proximity to him, drawn by morbid fascination or some twisted mentorship desire. Petcher ignored most overtures but occasionally engaged when questions interested him intellectually. One conversation, recorded by prison monitoring systems in 2006, captured his perspective on violence. Young inmate, how'd you do it? Keep doing it without getting caught. Petcher, patience, planning, understanding that most people don't pay attention. Society is structured around willful blindness. People see what they want to see. I looked like a doctor, lived in a nice house, had a wife. That performance granted invisibility. Nobody suspects the man who matches their template of normalcy. Young inmate, but you wanted to get caught eventually, left all that evidence. Petcher, not wanted, accepted. The game had grown predictable. Detection was inevitable statistically. I'd achieved what interested me, comprehensive study of human suffering under controlled conditions. Continuing risked nothing except repetition, and repetition is death's cousin. Young inmate, you miss it? Killing? Petcher, after long pause, I miss the discovery. Each woman revealed something different about pain thresholds, psychological breaking points, the body's betrayal of will. But missing implies emotional attachment. I don't miss it the way you'd miss a loved one. I simply recognize it was interesting, and prison is boring. This conversation, leaked to media, reignited public outrage. Victims' families demanded he be placed in permanent solitary confinement, prevented from discussing crimes with anyone. Prison officials compromised, restricting his communication privileges while maintaining minimum human contact standards. The years accumulated. 2000 became 2010 became 2020. Petcher aged behind walls, his hair graying, his face deepening into lines that somehow made him look more ordinary, not less. Medical issues emerged, the body betraying him the way he'd betrayed his victims. Hypertension, arthritis, the slow deterioration aging inflicts democratically on monsters and saints alike. He never expressed remorse, never claimed transformation or rehabilitation. When new psychologists attempted therapy, hoping time had softened him, they found the same void. If anything, imprisonment had calcified his perspective. He'd had decades to reflect on his actions and concluded exactly what he'd concluded before. Morality was theater, empathy was weakness, and he'd lived more authentically than those who condemned him. Milan Novak died in 2015, heart attack at 72. His obituary mentioned the Zelenka case prominently, his career's defining achievement and curse. Former colleagues attended his funeral, sharing stories about his dedication, his obsessive pursuit of justice. But they also whispered about the cost, how the case had consumed him, how he'd never recovered the ability to sleep through night without dreaming of basements and screams. Jana died in 2018, liver failure from decades of alcoholism she'd developed trying to forget. She left no family, no close friends, just a small apartment full of photographs from before. Smiling images of a woman who'd believed in happy endings. Her death merited brief mention in newspapers. Jana Zelenkova, ex-wife of convicted serial killer Petr Zelenka, found dead. Even in death, she couldn't escape his shadow. The victims' families continued living, carrying grief that never lightened, only became more familiar. Some found purpose in advocacy. Others retreated into private mourning. All carried the weight of loving someone society had deemed unworthy of thorough search, immediate concern, comprehensive justice. Ludmila's mother died in 2019, never having missed a single parole hearing, though Petr had no parole eligibility. She attended anyway, wanting him to see the face of someone who remembered, who refused to let victims dissolve into statistics. Her daughter lived in her stories, in her activism, in her refusal to accept that any human life was disposable. As of 2025, Petr Zelenka remains incarcerated at Pankrak prison. He's 59 years old, experiencing the health deterioration that comes with aging in confinement. Prison medical staff treat his conditions with professional detachment, administering care while privately questioning whether someone who denied medical mercy to others deserves medical mercy himself. He spends his days reading, exercising moderately, existing without apparent anguish. Prison psychologists note he shows no signs of mental deterioration despite decades of incarceration. His cognitive function remains sharp. His emotional emptiness remains absolute. Recent interviews, conducted by researchers studying long-term incarceration effects, show no evolution in his thinking. Researcher: do you ever think about the women? Wonder who they might have become? Petr: that's sentimental projection. They were who they were. I ended their trajectories. Wondering about unrealized possibilities is pointless. Reality is what happened, not what might have happened. Researcher: you've been imprisoned for 26 years. Has that experience changed your perspective on anything? Petr: I've learned that humans are remarkably adaptable to limitations. I've observed interesting dynamics in confined populations. I've continued studying behavior, just with different subjects and constrained methodology. Philosophically, nothing's changed. You all still perform morality. I still don't. Researcher: what would you say to victims' families if given the opportunity? Petr, genuinely confused. What would they want to hear? Apologies I don't feel? Explanations that would satisfy their need for comprehensible motivation? I can't provide comfort based on lies. Their loved ones died badly. I caused that. Those are facts. Everything else is narrative construction. The researcher later noted, speaking with Zelenka is profoundly unsettling not because he's aggressive or delusional, but because he's utterly rational within his own framework. He's built a worldview where empathy is optional and suffering is neutral. You can't reach someone who's genuinely chosen inhumanity as philosophical position. Czech society continues grappling with Petr's legacy. His case transformed missing person protocols, influenced legislation protecting marginalized populations, sparked conversations about who deserves investigation and protection. But it also revealed uncomfortable truths, that monsters often look ordinary, that evil doesn't always announce itself, that the capacity for atrocity exists behind facades of respectability. The house where crimes occurred was demolished in 2003, neighbors unable to live beside architectural monument to suffering. An empty lot remains, occasionally decorated with flowers left by people who remember. No memorial marks the space officially. Victims' families couldn't agree on appropriate commemoration. How do you memorialize location where love and torture coexisted, where ordinary life proceeded upstairs while horror unfolded below? True crime enthusiasts still visit, taking photographs, seeking proximity to infamy. Local residents resent this dark tourism, these strangers who reduce their neighborhood to footnote in murder narrative. But fascination persists. Humans are drawn to darkness, hoping perhaps that studying monsters will prevent future monstrosity. It won't, because Petr Zelenka wasn't supernatural. He wasn't possessed or uniquely damaged beyond all recognition. He was simply someone who looked at human vulnerability and saw opportunity. Someone who stopped performing empathy and discovered nobody noticed until bodies accumulated. Someone who proved that the difference between healer and killer can be as simple as choosing which knowledge to apply. The 8 women, Ludmila, Vera, Katerina, Martina, Zuzana, Jitka, Lenka, Simona, deserved better than becoming statistics in criminology textbooks. They deserved lives where addiction got treatment rather than judgment, where sex work got protection rather than prosecution, where vulnerability got support rather than exploitation. They deserved a society that noticed when they disappeared, that searched immediately rather than eventually, that valued them before death rather than mourning them after. But they got Petr Zelenka instead. They got a man who looked at their desperation and saw laboratory specimens, who treated their screams as data points, who documented their deaths with the enthusiasm others bring to collecting stamps. And he continues existing, breathing, reading, thinking behind prison walls. Not suffering, not transformed, not reformed, just waiting for biology to accomplish what justice cannot, his complete and final erasure from the world he so thoroughly rejected. The guards who watch him, the psychologists who evaluate him, the researchers who study him, they all confront the same disturbing reality. Some people simply don't have whatever makes us human. Some people exist in moral vacuums where suffering doesn't register, where other people aren't quite real, where curiosity justifies atrocity. Petr Zelenka is proof that monsters walk among us, wearing wedding rings and white coats, saying goodnight before descending into basements where empathy goes to die and horror lives forever in the memories of those left behind. The case remains open in one sense. Investigators still search for additional victims, believing 8 represents only confirmed kills. Prague's rivers and forests may hide more secrets, more women whose disappearances nobody connected, whose absence nobody adequately mourned. And somewhere in Pankrak prison, in a cell 3 meters by 4 meters, a monster who doesn't recognize himself as monstrous continues existing, proving that the most terrifying thing about evil isn't its rarity. It's its ordinariness. It's how easily it wears human faces. It's how long it can hide in basements beneath happy homes. It's how many people have to die before anyone notices. It's how the screams can be so close, yet go completely unheard. Tonight, we descended into a basement in Prague where a doctor prescribed death and 8 women paid for trust with their lives. We've seen how monsters don't always announce themselves. Sometimes they kiss their wives goodnight before returning to horrors in the dark. Sometimes they wear respectability like camouflage. Sometimes they prove that the most dangerous predators are the ones we never suspect. Petr Zelenka sits in prison today, unchanged and unrepentant, a reminder that some darkness cannot be rehabilitated, some evil cannot be explained away, and some people simply choose monstrosity with eyes wide open. Remember their names. Remember they mattered. Remember that invisibility enables predators, and society's blindness to the vulnerable creates hunting grounds for those who've stopped seeing humans as anything more than opportunities. Sleep carefully. The monsters are real, and sometimes they're closer than you think. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, the Ludovine Chambit case. They say evil wears many faces, but what happens when it wears the face of someone you trust? Someone who smiles at your children? Someone who holds the keys to your most vulnerable moments? There are murders that shake a community. Then there are murders that shatter the very foundation of human trust. Between 2013 and 2016, in the quiet, unassuming corridors of French hospitals and care facilities, patients who should have been healing were instead dying in ways that defied medical explanation. Families grieved, doctors puzzled over unexpected cardiac arrests, and no one, absolutely no one, suspected that the angel of mercy tending to the sick was actually an angel of death. Ludovine Chambit wasn't a monster lurking in shadows. She was a nurse, a caregiver, a woman whose profession demanded compassion. But behind her calm demeanor and practiced smile lived something far darker. A predator who turned healing hands into instruments of murder. This is the story of how one woman exploited the most sacred trust in medicine, how she killed again and again while hiding in plain sight, and how the truth, when it finally emerged, revealed a trail of death so extensive that authorities still don't know the full body count. This is the case of Ludivine Chambit, the nurse who decided who lived and who died. Ludivine Chambit entered the nursing profession in 2000, carrying with her the same aspirations that draw thousands to the medical field each year. A desire to help, to heal, to make a difference in people's lives during their most vulnerable moments. Born in 1976 in the Ain department of eastern France, she completed her nursing studies and stepped into a world where her actions would determine whether patients saw another sunrise. The weight of that responsibility would have crushed most people. For Ludivine, it became an intoxicating source of power. Her early career showed no red flags. She moved through various medical facilities, working in hospitals and private clinics across the region. Colleagues described her as competent, if somewhat distant. Patients' families found her professional, though not particularly warm. But in the high-pressure environment of healthcare, where exhaustion runs deep and staff turnover runs high, no one questioned a nurse who simply did her job and went home. No one noticed the pattern that was already beginning to form. The killings likely started earlier than anyone knows. This is the terrifying reality of medical murders. They hide so easily within the natural order of death that surrounds hospitals. An unexpected complication, a sudden cardiac arrest, a rapid decline that doctors explain with clinical terminology that comforts grieving families hungry for answers. In facilities where death is expected, where the elderly and infirm come to spend their final days, who questions when another light goes out? But Ludivine's victims weren't all at death's door. That's what makes her crimes so particularly monstrous. She didn't limit herself to patients already circling the drain, where her murders might have remained forever hidden in the statistical noise of natural death. No. She selected victims across a spectrum of vulnerability, demonstrating a chilling indifference to age, condition, or prognosis. If you were under her care, you were at risk. It was that simple, that random, that terrifying. Her method was devastatingly effective and almost impossible to detect. Potassium chloride. In medical settings, it's a common drug used to treat electrolyte imbalances. In the right doses, administered properly, it helps regulate heart rhythm and cellular function. But Ludivine knew something else about potassium chloride, something that every medical professional learns but most would never dream of exploiting. In high doses, injected directly into a vein, it stops the heart almost instantly. The victim experiences sudden, catastrophic cardiac arrest. And here's the truly diabolical genius of her choice. Potassium is naturally present in the human body. After death, as cells break down, potassium floods the bloodstream. Unless someone is specifically looking for murder, unless they test the injection site immediately, unless they have reason to suspect foul play, the evidence dissolves into the body's own post-mortem chemistry. Ludivine would enter a patient's room during her rounds, syringe hidden in her pocket or tucked into her supplies. She'd check the hallway. She'd ensure no family members were present, no other staff members nearby. Then, with practiced efficiency, she'd inject a lethal dose directly into an four-line or, in some cases, straight into the patient's bloodstream. The effect was almost instantaneous. The heart would seize, electrical signals misfiring, muscles contracting in fatal arrhythmia. Some victims may have gasped, eyes widening in confused terror as their chest tightened and breathing became impossible. Others likely lost consciousness within seconds, their brains starved of oxygen before they could even comprehend what was happening. Then came the performance. Ludivine would trigger the alarm, calling for help, launching into the practiced choreography of attempted resuscitation. She'd perform chest compressions, assist with defibrillation, play the role of desperate caregiver fighting to save a life she had just deliberately ended. When the resuscitation efforts failed, as they always would, because no amount of emergency intervention can restart a heart poisoned with concentrated potassium, she'd step back, face appropriately somber, and let the death be recorded as natural causes or unexpected cardiac arrest. How many times did she do this? How many times did she stand beside grieving families, accepting their tears and thanks for trying so hard to save their loved one, all while knowing she was the architect of their loss? The official investigation would eventually confirm at least 13 murders, but even the prosecutors acknowledged this was likely a fraction of her true victim count. During the 3-year period between 2013 and 2016, when Ludivine worked at 2 specific facilities, the François Chignoux private clinic in Limoges and the Centre Hospitalier de Chambray-les-Tours, mortality rates showed unexplained spikes. Patients who should have recovered died suddenly. Stable individuals experienced unexpected cardiac events. The statistical anomalies were there, hiding in spreadsheets and medical records, waiting for someone to notice. But medical facilities are complex ecosystems of data. Deaths happen. Unexpected complications arise. And in France, as in most countries, the healthcare system operates on trust. The assumption is that medical professionals are there to heal, not harm. This trust is what allowed Ludivine to kill with such frequency and impunity. She was the fox guarding the henhouse, and no one thought to question why so many hens kept disappearing on her watch. Her confirmed victims paint a portrait of random selection that somehow makes the crimes even more disturbing. There was no profile, no pattern based on who the patients were as people. She killed an 86-year-old man recovering from surgery. She killed a middle-aged woman being treated for a manageable condition. She killed a young mother. She killed a grandfather. She killed patients who trusted her, who smiled when she entered their rooms, who had no idea that the woman adjusting their foredrip was deciding, in that moment, whether they deserved to see another day. The psychological profile of medical murderers like Ludivine reveals a particular kind of predator. Unlike killers who murder in passion or rage, unlike criminals who kill for profit or revenge, medical murderers kill because the act itself fulfills some deep-seated need. Psychiatrists who study these cases identify several common motivations. The God complex, where the killer derives satisfaction from having absolute power over life and death. Attention-seeking behavior, where the murderer creates crises they can then heroically respond to, or, most chillingly, the simple thrill of transgression. The rush of getting away with the ultimate crime while surrounded by people who trust you completely. Which motivation drove Ludivine? The investigation would later suggest elements of all three. Colleagues noted that she often seemed to be at the center of emergencies, always present when patients took sudden turns for the worse. Some remembered her appearing almost energized during resuscitation attempts, more animated than her usually reserved demeanor suggested. There were whispers, only whispers, because who wants to suspect a colleague of murder? That she seemed to seek out praise for her quick responses to patient crises. Crises she herself had created. The facilities where Ludivine worked were typical of healthcare institutions across Europe. Understaffed, overworked, operating on tight budgets that prioritized immediate patient care over extensive oversight. Nurses often worked with minimal supervision, making independent decisions about patient care, administering medications, monitoring conditions. This autonomy is necessary. Healthcare would grind to a halt if every minor decision required multiple approvals. But it also creates opportunities for someone with malicious intent. Ludivine moved through her workdays with keys to medicine cabinets, access to patient rooms at all hours, and the professional authority to be alone with vulnerable people. She had everything she needed to kill, and no one watching closely enough to stop her. The years between 2013 and 2016 represented the known peak of her murder spree, but investigators came to believe her killings stretched back much further, possibly to the very beginning of her career. Each job change, each new facility, potentially marked not a fresh start, but a new hunting ground. Medical professionals move between institutions regularly, chasing better pay, more convenient hours, career advancement, or simply a change of scenery. No one flags these transitions as suspicious. No one connects the dots across different hospitals, different cities, different administrative systems. And so killers like Ludivine slip through the cracks, their crimes siloed in separate databases, their victims attributed to the cruel randomness of fate rather than the deliberate actions of a murderer. The families of her victims went home to empty chairs at dinner tables, to bedrooms that would never again echo with their loved ones' voices. They processed their grief in the way people do, gradually, painfully, eventually folding the loss into the fabric of their lives. Some found comfort in thinking their family member hadn't suffered, that the end came quickly. If only they had known the truth. If only they had known that the quick end was neither merciful nor natural, but rather the calculated act of a woman who viewed their loved one as nothing more than an opportunity to kill again. During this period, Ludivine maintained a life outside the hospital. She had relationships, went through the mundane routines of shopping and paying bills and interacting with neighbors. The banality of this juxtaposition is almost impossible to comprehend. How does someone kill multiple people over the course of a shift, then go home and make dinner? How does the mind compartmentalize murder so thoroughly that it becomes just another task in the workday? Psychologists call it dissociation, the ability to separate actions from emotional consequences, to view victims not as human beings but as objects, as means to an end. And through it all, she kept going to work, kept putting on her uniform, kept entering patient rooms with a smile, kept deciding who would live and who would die. The audacity of it, the sheer sustained boldness required to kill repeatedly in an environment surrounded by other medical professionals, speaks to either supreme confidence or complete psychological disconnection from the magnitude of her actions. Perhaps both. The hospitals functioned around her, unaware that they harbored a predator. Doctors made rounds, wondering why certain patients weren't responding to treatment as expected. Administrators reviewed mortality statistics, attributing spikes to random variation or particularly vulnerable patient populations. Other nurses worked their shifts, gossiping about hospital politics and difficult patients, never suspecting that their colleague was a serial killer. It was a collective blind spot, born from the reasonable assumption that people who enter the healing professions actually want to heal. But Ludivine Chambit didn't want to heal. Evidence suggests she never did. The nursing degree, the professional certifications, the years of training, all of it was simply access, the keys to a kingdom where she could exercise power in its most absolute form. And for years, she got away with it. Injection after injection, death after death. Room after room of victims who closed their eyes for the last time, never knowing that their trusted caregiver was their murderer. The Centre Hospitalier de Chambray-les-Tours should have been a place of healing. Located in the Loire Valley, about 200 kilometers southwest of Paris, the hospital served a regional population with the full range of medical needs: emergency care, surgical services, long-term treatment for chronic conditions. Its hallways hummed with the controlled chaos typical of healthcare facilities. Doctors conferring over charts, visitors navigating to patient rooms, the constant beeping of monitors tracking heartbeats and blood pressure and oxygen saturation. And moving through it all, Ludivine Chambit, a registered nurse whose presence no one questioned because why would they? She began working at Chambray-les-Tours in 2016, bringing with her references from previous positions and a resume that showed consistent employment across multiple facilities. The Human Resources Department processed her paperwork, conducted a standard background check that revealed nothing concerning, and assigned her to one of the patient care units. From an administrative perspective, she was exactly what the perpetually understaffed hospital needed: an experienced nurse willing to take shifts that were hard to fill, someone who could hit the ground running without extensive onboarding. But Ludivine wasn't there to fill staffing gaps. She was there to kill. The victims at Chambray-les-Tours died suddenly, unexpectedly, in ways that mystified the attending physicians. A 53-year-old man admitted for routine treatment experienced massive cardiac arrest despite having no history of heart disease. A 72-year-old woman, stable and expected to be discharged within days, flatlined during what should have been an unremarkable night shift. An elderly patient with a good prognosis died before breakfast, found unresponsive by the nurse who had just checked on him an hour earlier. That nurse was Ludivine. Each death triggered the standard protocol. Emergency response teams flooded the room, attempting resuscitation. When efforts failed, doctors consulted with each other, reviewing medical histories, searching for explanations. Cardiac event, unexpected complication, underlying condition not previously diagnosed. The explanations were medical sounding enough to satisfy the need for understanding, even if they didn't quite fit the clinical picture. Families were called, conversations were had in quiet offices, death certificates were signed. Another file closed, another bed freed up for the next patient. No one connected the deaths because connection required seeing a pattern, and seeing patterns required someone to step back and look at the broader picture. But hospitals operate in silos. Individual doctors know their own patients. Nurses work specific units. The administration tracks overall statistics but rarely dives into granular detail unless forced to by external regulators or lawsuits. And so the deaths remained isolated incidents, tragic but explicable within the normal functioning of a facility where sick and elderly people sometimes die despite everyone's best efforts. Ludovine's method at Chambray remained consistent with what would later be discovered about her other killings. Potassium chloride, injected when she was alone with the victim, administered in doses massive enough to guarantee fatal cardiac arrest within minutes. The drug was readily available. Hospital pharmacies stock it in quantity because it's used in numerous legitimate medical treatments. Access wasn't a problem. The medication room, while technically secured, operated on trust. Nurses entered, retrieved what they needed for their patients, logged usage in records that were rarely scrutinized unless inventory showed dramatic discrepancies. A few extra vials of potassium chloride here and there, easily explained as documentation errors, misfiled paperwork, the minor chaos of a busy hospital. The actual mechanics of the murders followed a chilling routine. Ludovine would identify her target, and investigators never discovered a clear victim selection process, which suggests a horrifying randomness to who lived and who died under her care. She'd wait for the right moment. A quiet period during her shift, no family members visiting, the patient alone and vulnerable. She'd enter the room, perhaps exchanging pleasantries with the victim if they were conscious. How many of them felt grateful to see their nurse checking in on them? How many smiled at her, relieved that someone was monitoring their condition? Then, with clinical efficiency, she'd prepare the syringe. Potassium chloride is a clear liquid, indistinguishable from saline solution to the naked eye. The lethal dose wouldn't have taken up much space. Just a few milliliters of concentrated potassium could stop a human heart. She'd inject it directly into the foreline if the patient had one, or straight into a vein if they didn't. The process took seconds. Quick, practiced movements honed over years of legitimate medical care, now perverted into murder. The victim's experience would have been horrifying in its brevity. Concentrated potassium causes immediate and intense pain at the injection site. A burning sensation as if fire were traveling through the veins. The heart muscle, suddenly flooded with ion concentrations it was never meant to handle, would begin to misfire. The organized electrical impulses that coordinate cardiac contraction would collapse into chaos. Ventricular fibrillation, the heart quivering uselessly instead of pumping. Or ventricular tachycardia, beating so fast that it can't fill with blood between contractions. Either way, blood stops flowing to the brain. Consciousness fades within seconds, usually before the victim can cry out or reach for the call button. Death follows shortly after as oxygen-starved organs shut down. Ludovine would step back into the hallway, wait a calculated period. Not too short, or it might seem suspicious that she was right there when the alarm went off. Not too long, or the victim might be beyond even the pretense of resuscitation. Then she'd discover the crisis. The alarm would sound. The emergency response team would arrive. And Ludovine would assist in the futile attempts to restart a heart she had deliberately stopped. The performance was key. Medical murderers often inject themselves into the crisis response, playing the role of desperate caregiver. Some do it to maintain the appearance of normalcy. If you're trying to save the patient, surely you couldn't be the one who killed them. Others do it for the thrill, the rush of adrenaline that comes from standing at the center of an emergency, being praised for quick thinking and professional response. Investigators would later hear from colleagues who remembered Ludovine during these emergency situations. Focused, efficient, but also strangely calm, as if going through motions rather than genuinely fighting to save a life. After each death, there were briefings. The medical team would gather, reviewing what happened, searching for explanations. Could they have caught something earlier? Was there a warning sign they missed? These conversations tormented the good doctors and nurses who genuinely cared about their patients, who second-guessed their clinical decisions, who wondered if they'd failed somehow. Meanwhile, Ludovine sat among them, silent or offering non-committal observations, knowing that every word of the discussion was based on a false premise. They weren't examining a medical failure. They were examining a murder. The Centre Hospitalier de Chambre-les-Tours wasn't her only hunting ground during this period. Before arriving there, she'd worked at the François Chenew's private clinic in Limoges, a city about 150 kilometers to the south. The clinic specialized in post-operative care and rehabilitation, treating patients who needed extended recovery time after surgery or serious illness. It was an environment even more vulnerable than a traditional hospital, filled with people already weakened by medical procedures, their bodies struggling to heal, their immune systems compromised. At François Chenew's, Ludivine killed at least 9 patients. That's the confirmed number, the victims where evidence was strong enough to support murder charges. But the actual count? Almost certainly higher. The clinic, like the hospital, saw deaths that seemed explainable at first glance. Post-surgical complications, infections that spiraled out of control. The unfortunate reality that some patients, despite everyone's best efforts, simply don't recover. Each death was documented, discussed, and ultimately attributed to the cruel lottery of medical outcomes. No one suspected murder because suspecting murder would mean accepting that someone they worked with, someone they trusted, was systematically killing people. The 9 confirmed victims from Limoges died between 2013 and 2016. Their ages ranged from 40-something to 80s. Some had been expected to recover fully. Others were elderly with complications, but still with good prospects for additional years of life. Ludivine killed them all with the same method, the same cold calculation. Injection, cardiac arrest, emergency response, death. Again and again, until the body count climbed high enough that even statistical noise couldn't hide it anymore. Among her victims was a woman who'd just had a successful surgery and was days away from discharge. Her family had visited that afternoon, talking about welcome home plans, looking forward to having her back. That evening, during Ludivine's shift, the woman died suddenly. Massive cardiac arrest, the doctors said. Sometimes these things happen, they told the family. We did everything we could. The family grieved, never knowing their loved one's death wasn't a tragic accident, but premeditated murder. There was an elderly man whose grandchildren came to see him every weekend. He was recovering slowly but steadily, making jokes with the staff, looking forward to returning home. Then one night he was gone. His heart stopped by an injection he never saw coming. His family wondered what they'd missed, whether they should have asked more questions, pushed for different treatments. They carried guilt that wasn't theirs to carry, because the failure wasn't medical, it was criminal. A middle-aged patient, admitted for observation after a moderate health scare, died before anyone in his family could even process that he'd been hospitalized. The speed of it shocked everyone. He'd seemed fine during the day, complaining good-naturedly about hospital food, asking when he could go home. By morning he was dead, and his wife was left trying to reconcile the man who'd called her the previous evening with the body she was now being asked to identify. These weren't statistics. They were people: mothers, fathers, grandparents, children, friends, community members. Each one left behind networks of human beings whose lives were permanently altered by their absence. And Ludivine took them all, as casually as someone might discard trash, with no more thought for their humanity than a farmer has for the chicken he slaughters for dinner. The psychological disconnect required to commit these murders repeatedly is almost beyond comprehension. This wasn't a single act of passion or desperation. It wasn't even a crime spree compressed into a short period of emotional instability. This was sustained, calculated, ongoing murder stretched across years and multiple locations. Ludivine woke up, went to work, identified victims, killed them, went home, and did it all again the next shift. The banality of the routine is what makes it so deeply disturbing. Psychiatrists who study serial killers in medical settings note that these offenders often view their victims as objects rather than people. The patients aren't individuals with histories and futures, families who love them, dreams deferred by illness. They're opportunities, challenges, means of experiencing power or excitement or whatever psychological need drives the killing. This objectification is what allows medical murderers to kill so frequently without breaking down under guilt or fear of discovery. They've stripped away the humanity of their victims so completely that the murders register emotionally as nothing more significant than any other task completed during a shift. Did Ludivine feel anything when she killed? Did some part of her recognize the magnitude of what she was doing? Investigators would find no evidence of remorse in her behavior. She didn't confess voluntarily. She didn't break down and admit to crimes. She didn't show signs of psychological distress that might indicate a conscience struggling with the weight of multiple murders. Instead, she went about her life continuing to work, maintaining relationships, presenting herself to the world as a normal person with a normal life. The mask never slipped, right up until the moment it was forcibly removed. The facilities where she worked bore no blame for the inadequacy of oversight. Healthcare systems worldwide struggle with the same basic problem. How do you monitor for murder when murder is supposed to be impossible? The entire structure of hospitals and clinics is built on trust. Patients trust that caregivers want to help them. Doctors trust that nurses are following protocols. Administrators trust that medical professionals are acting in good faith. That trust is necessary for healthcare to function, but it also creates blind spots large enough for predators to exploit. Ludivine Chambet exploited those blind spots for years, possibly for her entire career. And as her tenure at Chambray-les-Tours continued through 2016, as more patients died unexpectedly on her watch, the hospital remained oblivious to the killer working within its walls. The pattern was there, hidden in medical records and death certificates, waiting for someone to finally look closely enough to see it. That moment was coming, but not yet. Not before more people died. The beginning of the end for Ludivine Chambet came not from brilliant detective work or sudden revelation, but from the slow accumulation of coincidences that finally crossed the threshold into undeniable suspicion. It started with doctors talking among themselves, comparing notes on patients who should have survived but didn't. It continued with nurses whispering about the strange pattern of deaths that seemed to cluster around certain shifts. And it accelerated when someone finally said what everyone had been thinking but no one wanted to voice. Something was wrong at this hospital, and maybe, just maybe, someone was causing it. The Centre Hospitalier de Chambray-les-Tours began experiencing mortality rates that couldn't be explained away by normal statistical variation. Hospital administrators, responding to concerns raised by medical staff, commissioned an internal review of recent deaths. The initial investigation was cautious, focused on identifying systemic problems, understaffing, medication errors, equipment failures. No one wanted to jump to the conclusion that they had a killer on staff. Such accusations could destroy careers, trigger lawsuits, and devastate the hospital's reputation. Better to exhaust all other possibilities first. But as the review progressed, a name kept appearing in the records. Ludivine Chambet had been present, either on duty or recently departed from shift, for a disturbing number of unexpected deaths. The correlation was too strong to ignore. Further analysis revealed that mortality rates on her shifts were significantly elevated compared to other nursing staff. Patients under her care died at rates that defied random chance. The statistical anomaly was glaring once someone actually looked at the data properly. In December 2016, hospital administrators made the decision to suspend Ludivine pending investigation. It was a careful move, framed around concerns about patient safety protocols, rather than explicit accusations of murder. The hospital couldn't afford to tip her off, couldn't risk her destroying evidence or fleeing. They informed the police, who opened a criminal investigation. And suddenly, after years of killing with impunity, Ludivine's world began to collapse. The police investigation started with medical records, reviewing every death associated with Ludivine's shifts at Chambray-les-Tours. Detectives with no medical training worked alongside forensic specialists and physicians, trying to identify which deaths might be homicides versus tragic but natural outcomes. It was painstaking work. Healthcare involves death. Sick people die. Elderly patients succumb to age and disease. Separating murder from misfortune required examining not just the deaths themselves but the context. The patient's condition, the expected prognosis, the circumstances surrounding cardiac arrest. Several deaths stood out immediately. Patients with no cardiac history experiencing sudden, catastrophic heart failure. People who had been stable for days suddenly dying overnight. The common thread was always the same: unexpected cardiac arrest, failed resuscitation, death. And Ludivine had been there for all of them. But suspicion isn't proof, and medical murders are notoriously difficult to prove after the fact. The victims had been buried or cremated months or years earlier. Their bodies, which might have contained evidence at injection sites, were long gone. The hospital's pharmacy records showed nothing dramatically amiss. Potassium chloride was used regularly for legitimate purposes, and small discrepancies could be attributed to documentation errors. There were no witnesses to the actual murders, no smoking gun, no confession. The case against Ludivine was circumstantial, built on patterns and probabilities rather than hard physical evidence. Detectives expanded their investigation backward, examining Ludivine's entire nursing career. They contacted the François Chenew's private clinic in Limoges, where she'd worked before coming to Chambray. Could they review mortality rates from her time there? Could they provide medical records for deaths that occurred on her watch? The clinic cooperated fully, horrified at the possibility that they'd unknowingly harbored a murderer. The records they provided revealed another cluster of suspicious deaths, all following the same pattern. More unexpected cardiac arrests, more failed resuscitations, more victims dying on Ludivine's shifts at rates that couldn't be coincidental. The investigation team now had evidence spanning multiple facilities and several years. They counted at least 13 deaths where the circumstances strongly suggested murder, though they suspected the true number was far higher. Some potential victims had been cremated, making forensic verification impossible. Others had died so long ago that reconstructing the exact circumstances was difficult. And there were surely victims no one even suspected yet, patients whose deaths had been so thoroughly normalized that they'd never triggered review. In March 2017, police arrested Ludivine Chambet. The charges were initially limited to the cases where evidence was strongest, 4 murders at Chambray-les-Tours and 9 at the Limoges clinic. As she was led away in handcuffs, colleagues watched in shock. Some refused to believe it. They'd worked with her for months or years. She'd seemed normal, professional. How could someone they'd shared lunch breaks with be a serial killer? Others felt a sick recognition, remembering odd details they dismissed at the time. The way Ludivine always seemed to be present during emergencies, her unusual calmness during resuscitation attempts, the subtle ways she'd steered conversations away from certain topics. The arrest made national news in France. Media coverage exploded with headlines about the nurse who murdered her patients and the angel of death stalking hospital corridors. The public reacted with horror and fascination. Serial killers in medical settings trigger a special kind of fear because they violate the sacred trust between patient and caregiver. When you're sick, when you're vulnerable, when you're lying in a hospital bed unable to protect yourself, you're supposed to be safe. The idea that your nurse might be deciding whether you deserve to live or die is the stuff of nightmares. Families of suspected victims came forward, demanding answers. Had their loved ones been murdered? Could the deaths be investigated even years later? The pain in these requests was palpable. These families had processed their grief, had made peace with loss, had moved forward with their lives. Now they were being asked to rip open old wounds, to re-examine deaths they'd accepted, to consider the possibility that their family member hadn't died from natural causes but had been murdered by someone they trusted. For some families, exhumation became necessary. Bodies were disinterred, subjected to forensic examination years after burial. Pathologists searched for evidence of potassium injection, looking for needle marks at injection sites, testing tissue samples for chemical traces that might have survived decomposition. It was grim, difficult work, and the results were often inconclusive. Time had erased much of the physical evidence. But in a few cases, pathologists found what they were looking for. Evidence consistent with high-dose potassium injection, proof that transformed suspicion into certainty. The legal process moved forward slowly as French authorities built their case. Ludivine was held in pretrial detention, denied bail given the severity of the charges. She maintained her innocence initially, refusing to speak with investigators, insisting through her lawyer that the deaths were tragic but natural. The statistical correlations? Coincidence? The elevated mortality rates on her shifts? Bad luck. She was a nurse who cared for vulnerable patients. Of course, some of them died. That was the nature of healthcare. But as the evidence mounted, as investigators presented data spanning years and multiple facilities, as forensic pathologists testified about their findings. The defense of coincidence became increasingly untenable. 13 confirmed murders, possibly dozens more, all following the exact same pattern, all occurring when Ludivine Chambit had access to the victims. The probability of this being random chance was so infinitesimally small that asserting innocence became absurd. The psychological evaluation of Ludivine, conducted as part of the judicial process, painted a picture of a woman with severe personality disorders. Psychiatrists noted her lack of empathy, her inability to form genuine emotional connections, her need for control and power. They identified traits consistent with antisocial personality disorder, a pattern of disregard for others' rights, lack of remorse, deceitfulness, failure to conform to social norms. But they stopped short of declaring her legally insane. She understood right from wrong. She knew murder was illegal and immoral. She simply didn't care. She chose to kill again and again because something in her psychological makeup made killing satisfying or necessary or exciting. What specific motivation drove her? Even after extensive evaluation, psychiatrists couldn't pinpoint a single explanation. She didn't kill for money. There was no financial gain in her victims' deaths. She didn't kill out of mercy. Many of her victims had good prognosis and years of potential life ahead. She didn't kill because of personal grievances. She barely knew most of her victims. The best explanation psychiatrists could offer was that Ludivine killed for the psychological satisfaction it provided. The power of deciding who lived and died, the thrill of transgression, the rush of emergency situations she'd created, the dark satisfaction of fooling everyone around her. As the investigation expanded, authorities contacted other facilities where Ludivine had worked earlier in her career. Could they provide records? Were there unexplained deaths during her tenure? The responses painted an even more horrifying picture. At multiple hospitals across eastern France, mortality rates showed small but noticeable increases during the periods Ludivine worked there. Nothing dramatic enough to trigger investigation at the time, just slight upticks that could be explained away by changes in patient population or random variation. But viewed in aggregate, with the knowledge of her confirmed murders, these statistical anomalies took on sinister meaning. How many people did Ludivine Chambit actually kill? The official charge sheet listed 13 murders, but investigators privately estimated the true count could be 30, 40, perhaps even 50 or more. Every unexplained cardiac arrest during her shifts was now suspect. Every patient who died despite good prognosis might have been murdered. The full scope of her crimes would likely never be known. Some victims had been cremated years earlier, their ashes scattered, evidence destroyed. Others had died at facilities that no longer existed or had merged with other institutions, records lost in administrative transitions. And some deaths had been so thoroughly normalized, so completely accepted as tragic but natural, that no one had thought to preserve the medical records in detail sufficient for forensic review. The families of confirmed victims struggled with the revelation. Many described feeling violated, not just by the murders but by the deception that followed. They'd been lied to by hospital staff who'd attributed deaths to natural causes. They'd grieved based on false information. They'd trusted a system that had failed to protect their loved ones. Some found comfort in finally knowing the truth, in having their suspicions validated, because several families had felt something was wrong, had questioned the official explanations, but had been dismissed or assured that everything had been done properly. Others found the truth more painful than ignorance, preferring the mercy of believing their family member had simply succumbed to illness rather than been murdered by a trusted caregiver. The hospitals and clinics where Ludivine worked faced their own reckoning. How had a serial killer operated within their walls for years without detection? What systemic failures allowed this to happen? Were there policies that needed changing, oversight mechanisms that needed strengthening? Some families sued, seeking compensation for wrongful death and institutional negligence. The facilities settled many claims quietly, avoiding trials that would further damage their reputations and expose operational shortcomings. But beyond legal and financial consequences, the institutions grappled with a more fundamental crisis of trust. Healthcare workers who had worked alongside Ludivine questioned their own judgment. How had they missed the signs? Some developed paranoia about their colleagues, wondering if there might be others like her hiding in plain sight. Patients and families became more suspicious, questioning medical decisions, demanding explanations for every medication administered, every procedure performed. The ripple effects of Ludovine's crimes extended far beyond her direct victims, poisoning the atmosphere of trust that healthcare depends upon. The investigation also revealed disturbing near misses, patients who survived despite Ludovine's apparent attempts to kill them. In several cases, her injections had been interrupted by unexpected visitors or colleagues entering the room. In others, patients had received immediate medical intervention that, through sheer luck, counteracted the potassium before it could stop their hearts completely. These survivors had no idea how close they'd come to death, couldn't remember anything unusual about their care. They'd been saved by chance, by timing, by the random movements of hospital staff that happened to disrupt a murder in progress. One survivor, identified during the investigation, recalled feeling sudden, intense pain in her arm during what she thought was a routine medication administration. She'd mentioned it to Ludovine, who'd quickly removed the four and assured her it was nothing, probably just irritation from the catheter. The woman had felt dizzy, experienced heart palpitations, but the symptoms had passed. She'd been discharged days later, never knowing that Ludovine had likely tried to kill her, but had been forced to abort the attempt when the patient reacted vocally, risking drawing attention. That woman's survival was pure luck. She'd complained at exactly the right moment, forcing Ludovine to withdraw before delivering a fatal dose. As the legal process ground forward, French media dissected every aspect of the case. Journalists interviewed former colleagues, dug into Ludovine's background, searched for the origin story that might explain how someone becomes a serial killer. They found disappointingly little. Ludovine's childhood appeared unremarkable. No history of abuse, no early warning signs of violent tendencies. She'd been an average student, had normal friendships, came from a functional family. There was no dramatic trauma, no inciting incident that psychiatrists could point to and say, that's when something broke. Some experts suggested that not all serial killers have origin stories. Some are simply born with the psychological wiring that makes killing satisfying. They don't need trauma to activate their murderous tendencies. They just need opportunity and access. Ludovine found both in nursing. The profession gave her everything she needed: vulnerable victims, methods that were hard to detect, an environment where death was expected, and the perfect cover of being a caregiver. If she'd chosen a different career path, would she have found other ways to kill? Or would she have lived a frustrated but law-abiding life, the impulses present but never acted upon? No one could say. The arrest and investigation sparked broader conversations in France and across Europe about how to prevent medical murders. Hospitals reviewed their protocols. Some implemented buddy systems where no medical professional could administer high-risk medications without another staff member present. Others increased monitoring of pharmacy records, using software to flag unusual patterns in medication usage. Security cameras were installed in medication rooms, tracking who accessed what and when. But every safeguard came with trade-offs. Increased surveillance meant less privacy for both staff and patients. Buddy systems increased labor costs and slowed care delivery. Heightened scrutiny of medication usage created paperwork that took time away from actual patient care. The fundamental problem remained. Healthcare systems are built on trust, and detecting violations of that trust requires suspicion. But constant suspicion is corrosive. If doctors and nurses are always watching each other for signs of murder, if every unexpected death triggers a criminal investigation, the system becomes paralyzed. The challenge is finding the balance between appropriate oversight and functional trust, between vigilance and paranoia. It's a balance no one has perfectly achieved, which means that somewhere, right now, another Ludovine Chambit might be working in a hospital, selecting victims, going unnoticed because the system still has blind spots and probably always will. In custody, Ludovine remained largely silent. She spoke minimally with her lawyers, gave no interviews, wrote no confessions. Unlike some serial killers who crave attention and use their trials as platforms for grandiosity, Ludovine seemed to withdraw into herself. Perhaps she recognized that no explanation would satisfy public curiosity, No apology would console her victims' families. Or perhaps, more disturbingly, she simply didn't see any need to explain herself. The murders had made sense to her in the moment. The reasons were her own, locked behind eyes that revealed nothing. The families of her victims organized, forming support groups to share their experiences and advocate for changes in hospital oversight. They met in community centers and church basements, strangers bound together by the shared experience of having loved ones murdered by a healthcare worker. They spoke of their anger, their grief renewed by knowledge of how their family members had actually died. They talked about nightmares, imagining their loved ones' final moments, the betrayal they must have felt if they'd had any awareness of what was happening, the terror of dying at the hands of someone they trusted. Some families found purpose in activism, channeling their pain into efforts to prevent future tragedies. They testified before government committees considering new healthcare regulations. They gave interviews warning about the dangers of understaffed hospitals and inadequate oversight. They pushed for laws requiring more rigorous background checks, more extensive monitoring, harsher penalties for medical professionals who abuse their positions. Their advocacy came from a place of profound loss, driven by the desperate hope that their loved ones' deaths might at least serve to protect others. Others couldn't find that kind of meaning. They were simply broken by the revelation, unable to reconcile the trusted nurse with the monster who had murdered their family member. They stopped trusting hospitals altogether, avoided medical care even when they needed it, lived with anxiety that spiked every time they or their remaining loved ones required hospitalization. Ludivine had stolen not just lives, but the sense of safety that comes from believing the healthcare system exists to protect you. The psychiatric experts who evaluated Ludivine debated among themselves about her level of psychological sophistication. Was she a careful planner who'd thought through every aspect of her crimes? Or was she simply a killer who'd stumbled into a methodology that worked? The evidence suggested something in between. She'd been smart enough to choose a method that was hard to detect, disciplined enough to avoid killing so frequently that patterns became immediately obvious, cautious enough to ensure she was alone with victims before striking. But she hadn't been perfect. She'd left statistical traces. She'd created patterns that became visible once someone looked closely enough. A truly brilliant killer might have distributed her crimes across multiple facilities simultaneously, might have varied her methods, might have killed at lower frequencies to stay under the statistical radar. Ludivine had been clever, but not clever enough. By late 2017, the investigation had gathered enough evidence to proceed to trial. The charges were formally expanded to include all 13 confirmed murders, plus additional charges of attempted murder for the patients who'd survived her attacks. The prosecutor's office prepared its case, assembling medical experts who could explain to a jury how potassium chloride kills, statisticians who could demonstrate the impossibility of the death patterns being coincidental, forensic pathologists who could testify about evidence found in exhumed bodies, and grieving family members who could put human faces on the list of victims. Ludivine's defense team faced a nearly impossible task. The evidence against her was overwhelming. The statistical correlation alone was damning. The forensic findings in several cases provided physical proof. The testimony of colleagues who'd noticed odd patterns made coincidence untenable. The defense couldn't realistically argue innocence, so they prepared to argue for mercy, to present psychiatric evidence of mental illness, to frame Ludivine as someone who'd been compelled by forces beyond her control rather than a cold, calculating murderer. But even as the legal machinery moved toward trial, new questions emerged. Investigators reviewing Ludivine's earliest nursing positions, going back to 2000 when she'd first entered the profession, found more statistical anomalies. Small upticks in mortality during her tenure at facilities in Lyon, in Grenoble, scattered across eastern France. The evidence was weaker for these older cases. Records were incomplete, some facilities had closed, witnesses' memories had faded, potential victims had been cremated or buried so long ago that exhumation would yield nothing. But the pattern was there, faint but visible, suggesting that Ludivine might have been killing for her entire career. If true, the implications were staggering. 17 years of nursing, dozens of facilities, potentially hundreds of patients under her care. And if even a small percentage of those patients had been murdered, the body count could dwarf the 13 confirmed victims. Ludivine Chambet might be one of the most prolific serial killers in modern French history, hiding in plain sight for nearly 2 decades, racking up a death toll that would never be fully known because too much time had passed, too much evidence had been destroyed, too many deaths had been accepted as natural. The public struggled to comprehend the scale. 13 confirmed murders were already horrifying. But 30? 50? More? At what point does the number become so large that the mind simply can't process it? The families of confirmed victims at least had certainty, however painful. But what about all those other families? The ones who'd lost loved ones during Ludivine's shifts at facilities she'd worked at years earlier. They lived in a purgatory of uncertainty, wondering but never knowing if their grief was compounded by murder. The case became a touchstone for discussions about evil. Was Ludivine born this way, her brain wired differently from birth, lacking the neurological structures that generate empathy and moral restraint? Or was evil something that developed, a response to environment and experience, a series of choices that gradually transformed a normal person into a monster? The psychiatric evaluations couldn't provide a definitive answer. They could catalog her symptoms, describe her personality disorders, note her lack of remorse. But they couldn't explain the ultimate why, couldn't pinpoint the exact moment or reason she decided that killing was acceptable. Perhaps there was no single moment. Perhaps it had been gradual, a slow descent that began with darker thoughts she'd entertained but not acted on, progressing to small violations of professional ethics, escalating until one day she found herself standing over a patient with a syringe of potassium chloride, crossing a line from fantasy into action. And once that first line was crossed, once she'd killed and gotten away with it, the subsequent murders became easier. The taboo had been broken. The psychological barrier had been demolished. After that, it was just repetition, refining technique, finding the rhythm of selection and execution and concealment that allowed her to kill again and again. Or perhaps she'd always been a killer, waiting for the right opportunity. Perhaps the entire trajectory of her life, choosing nursing as a career, seeking positions in facilities with vulnerable patients, learning the systems and protocols that would later become tools for murder, had been unconsciously driven by the need to kill. In this interpretation, Ludivine hadn't become a monster. She'd always been one, just waiting for the right circumstances to reveal her true nature. Either way, by the time investigators finished building their case, one thing was clear. Ludivine Chambet had been one of the most dangerous people in France, and no one had known. She'd walked among colleagues and patients, wearing the uniform of a healer while carrying the heart of a predator. And if the investigation had never been launched, if someone hadn't finally noticed the statistical patterns, she would still be killing today, adding to a body count that was already incomprehensible. The trial of Ludivine Chambet began in November 2018, nearly 2 years after her arrest. The courtroom in Tours, chosen for its proximity to one of the hospitals where she'd killed, filled with families of confirmed victims, journalists from across Europe, and members of the public desperate to understand how someone could commit such crimes. Security was tight. There were fears that family members, driven by grief and rage, might attempt violence against the defendant. Ludivine entered under heavy guard, her expression blank, her eyes downcast, giving no indication of what thoughts moved behind her impassive face. The prosecutor's opening statement was devastating in its simplicity. Over a 17-year career, Ludivine Chambet had systematically murdered vulnerable patients entrusted to her care. 13 deaths could be proven beyond reasonable doubt. Dozens more were suspected but couldn't be definitively confirmed due to the passage of time and destruction of evidence. She had used her position as a nurse to gain access to victims, had exploited the trust inherent in the patient-caregiver relationship, and had murdered with a method specifically chosen because it was nearly impossible to detect. She was, the prosecutor argued, a predator who had found the perfect camouflage in the white uniform of a nurse. The evidence presented over the following weeks painted a comprehensive picture of Ludivine's crimes. Medical experts testified about potassium chloride's effects on the human heart, explaining in technical detail how concentrated doses cause immediate cardiac arrest. They showed the jury charts comparing expected mortality rates with actual rates during Ludivine's shifts. The graphs were stark, showing spikes that correlated unmistakably with her presence. Statisticians calculated probabilities, demonstrating that the clustering of deaths around Ludivine couldn't be explained by chance. The numbers were astronomical. The odds of this being coincidence were billions to one. Forensic pathologists described their examinations of exhumed bodies. In several cases, they'd found evidence at suspected injection sites. Tissue damage consistent with aggressive needle insertion, chemical traces that suggested high concentrations of potassium. They showed photographs, clinical, detached images that nonetheless conveyed the violence of what had been done to these victims. The jury looked away, uncomfortable with the visual evidence of murder rendered in medical detail. Then came the families. One by one, they took the stand to speak about the people Ludivine had killed. An elderly man's daughter described how her father had been dazed from discharge, excited to return home, when he died suddenly overnight. She'd believed the hospital's explanation of unexpected cardiac arrest, had blamed her father's age and health history. Now she knew he'd been murdered, and the grief she'd processed years earlier had been ripped open again, infected with the knowledge that his death had been preventable, deliberate, cruel. A young woman spoke about losing her mother, who'd been admitted for routine treatment of a manageable condition. The prognosis had been good. The doctors had been optimistic. Then her mother was dead, and the family had been left searching for explanations where none existed, because the real explanation, that a nurse had murdered her, was so far outside the realm of consideration that it hadn't even occurred to them. "We trusted you," the daughter said, looking directly at Ludivine. "My mother trusted you. You held her life in your hands, and you threw it away like garbage." Ludivine showed no reaction. She sat motionless at the defense table, occasionally conferring with her lawyers in whispers, but otherwise displaying no emotion. When victims' family members broke down crying, when they shouted accusations, when they described the nightmares that had plagued them since learning the truth about how their loved ones died, Ludivine's face remained blank. The lack of reaction was almost more disturbing than active malice would have been. It suggested a void where empathy should exist, a complete disconnection from the human cost of her actions. The prosecution called colleagues who'd worked with Ludivine at both Chambre-les-Tours and the Limoges Clinic. They testified reluctantly. Many still struggled to reconcile the murderer on trial with the colleague they'd known. One nurse described how Ludivine had always seemed competent but distant, never forming close friendships, never socializing outside work. Another remembered noticing that Ludivine was often present during emergencies, always seeming to be in the right place when patients took sudden turns for the worse. At the time, she'd thought Ludivine was simply dedicated or unlucky. Now she realized she'd been witnessing a killer at work. A doctor from Chambray testified about the moment he'd begun to suspect something was wrong. He'd been reviewing mortality data and noticed an unusual cluster of cardiac arrests on certain shifts. When he'd cross-referenced the shifts with staffing schedules, Ludivine's name kept appearing. He'd hesitated to report it. Accusing a colleague of murder based on statistical correlation felt insane, like something from a thriller rather than real life. But the pattern was too strong to ignore. His decision to take his concerns to hospital administration had ultimately saved lives, stopping Ludivine before she could add more victims to her count. The defense, when their turn came, faced the nearly impossible task of presenting a case for a defendant whose guilt was essentially undeniable. They couldn't argue innocence. The evidence was overwhelming. Instead, they focused on mitigation, presenting psychiatric testimony about Ludivine's mental state. A forensic psychiatrist testified that Ludivine suffered from severe personality disorders that impaired her ability to empathize with others, to recognize the moral weight of her actions, to control impulses that normal people would easily suppress. She was, the psychiatrist argued, fundamentally broken in ways that made her dangerous but also diminished her culpability. The prosecution's rebuttal was fierce. Mental illness, they argued, didn't excuse murder. Plenty of people suffer from personality disorders without becoming serial killers. Ludivine had been functional enough to maintain employment for 17 years, to hide her crimes, to carefully select victims and murder them in ways designed to avoid detection. She'd shown planning, premeditation, awareness of consequences. This wasn't someone acting in the grip of uncontrollable compulsion. This was someone choosing to kill repeatedly and deliberately because she wanted to and thought she could get away with it. The defense called Ludivine herself to testify, a risky move, but they had little else to work with. She took the stand slowly, spoke in a quiet voice barely audible even with the microphone. Her testimony was brief and oddly detached. She admitted to the killings, acknowledged that she'd used potassium chloride to stop patients' hearts, but she offered no real explanation for why. When pressed by her own lawyer to explain her motivations, she said she didn't know, that she'd felt compelled but couldn't articulate by what. When asked if she understood that what she'd done was wrong, she said yes in a tone that suggested she was providing an answer she knew was expected rather than expressing genuine understanding. The prosecutor's cross-examination was brutal. He walked Ludivine through each confirmed victim, forcing her to acknowledge by name the people she'd killed. An 86-year-old man recovering from surgery, yes, she'd killed him. A middle-aged woman with a good prognosis, yes, she'd killed her too. A young mother, yes. An elderly grandfather, yes. One by one, the prosecutor made her own her crimes, not allowing her to hide behind psychiatric jargon or vague claims of compulsion. By the end of the cross-examination, Ludivine was crying quietly, but whether from genuine remorse or simply the stress of being confronted with the specifics of her actions remained unclear. The closing arguments stretched over 2 days. The prosecutor summarized the evidence methodically, building an overwhelming case that left no room for reasonable doubt. Ludivine Chambit had murdered at least 13 people, possibly dozens more. She'd done so deliberately, systematically, over years. She'd exploited her position as a nurse to gain access to victims. She'd chosen a method specifically because it was hard to detect. She'd shown no mercy to her victims, no remorse after their deaths. She deserved, the prosecutor argued, the harshest punishment French law allowed. The defense made their final plea for leniency. They acknowledged the horrific nature of the crimes but argued that Ludivine was as much a victim of her psychological disorders as the people she'd killed. She needed treatment, not punishment. Life imprisonment wouldn't serve justice. It would simply warehouse a mentally ill woman who needed psychiatric care. The argument was weak, and the defense lawyers knew it, but they had to try. The jury deliberated for less than a day. When they returned to the courtroom, the verdict was unanimous on all counts. Guilty of 13 murders, guilty of attempted murder, guilty of abuse of position of trust. Ludivine showed no reaction as the verdicts were read. The families of victims wept, some in relief that justice was being served, others because no verdict could bring back the people they'd lost. The sentencing phase brought more testimony from families, more descriptions of lives destroyed by Ludivine's actions. The prosecutor asked for life imprisonment with no possibility of parole, the maximum sentence under French law. The defense asked for mercy, for a sentence that would allow for eventual release if Ludivine could be successfully treated. The judge took their time, clearly weighing the magnitude of the crimes against the legal and ethical considerations at play. When the sentence came down, it was life imprisonment with a minimum of 30 years before parole eligibility. The judge's statement was scathing. Ludivine Chambit had betrayed the most fundamental trust that society places in healthcare workers. She'd turned the healing profession into a vehicle for murder. She'd killed vulnerable people who'd had no ability to protect themselves, who'd trusted her implicitly because of her position. The crimes were among the most serious the court had ever encountered. The sentence reflected not just punishment but society's need to be protected from someone who had proven herself to be extraordinarily dangerous. Ludivine was led from the courtroom to begin serving her sentence. She would be transferred to a secure facility, placed under close supervision, monitored constantly. At age 42, with a minimum of 30 years before parole consideration, she would be 72 before she could even apply for release. And given the nature of her crimes, actual release seemed unlikely. She would almost certainly die in prison, her life reduced to a cell and the memories of people she'd murdered. The families left the courthouse with mixed emotions. Justice had been served in the legal sense. Ludivine had been convicted, sentenced, removed from society. But no verdict could restore what they'd lost. The elderly man's daughter went home to a house that still felt empty years after her father's death. The young woman who'd lost her mother returned to a life permanently marked by absence. They'd gotten answers, but answers couldn't fill the holes that Ludovines' crimes had torn in their lives. The hospitals where Ludovine had worked faced their own reckoning. Both Chambre-les-Tours and the Limoges Clinic implemented sweeping changes to their oversight protocols. Pharmacy access was tightened dramatically, with all high-risk medications requiring dual authorization. Security cameras were installed in medication rooms and, controversially, in some patient areas. Mortality rates were now monitored in real time, with statistical analysis flagging unusual patterns immediately. Staff members received training on recognizing signs of medical murder, on reporting suspicions without fear of reprisal. But the changes came with costs. The increased oversight created more administrative work, pulling nurses and doctors away from direct patient care. The surveillance made staff members feel distrusted, degraded the atmosphere of collegiality that healthcare requires. Some excellent nurses left the profession entirely, unwilling to work under constant suspicion. The hospitals struggled to balance safety with functionality, to implement protections without creating paralysis. The broader French healthcare system absorbed lessons from the case. Professional associations developed new guidelines for credentialing nurses, for monitoring performance, for responding to concerns about colleague behavior. Some regions implemented systems for tracking healthcare workers across facilities, so that patterns of suspicious deaths would be visible even if the worker changed employers. Parliament considered legislation that would mandate stricter oversight and harsher penalties for medical professionals who abuse their positions. But every safeguard had limitations. No system could be perfect. Healthcare would always involve some level of trust, some autonomy for professionals, some acceptance of risk. The goal wasn't to make medical murder impossible, that was unachievable, but to make it harder, to detect it faster, to minimize the damage when it occurred. The Ludovine Chambit case had revealed vulnerabilities in the system. The response was to shore up those vulnerabilities while acknowledging that new ones would always exist. Media coverage of the trial and sentencing sparked international discussions about medical serial killers. Reporters dug into similar cases from other countries, the nurses and doctors who'd killed patients in the United Kingdom, Germany, the United States, Japan. The phenomenon was global, disturbingly common when viewed across borders and decades. Every few years, another case emerged of a healthcare worker who'd been killing patients. The methods varied: medications, suffocation, deliberate overdoses, but the pattern remained consistent. Trusted professionals exploiting their access to vulnerable victims, killing for psychological gratification, hiding their crimes within the normal functioning of medical facilities. Criminologists who study these cases note that medical serial killers are often discovered not through good investigative work, but through statistical anomalies that become impossible to ignore. The crimes can continue for years, even decades, before anyone notices. And once discovered, the full scope of the killing is almost never determined. Too much time has passed, too much evidence has been destroyed. The confirmed victim count is always a minimum, the actual count unknowable. Ludovine Chambit fit this pattern perfectly. 13 confirmed victims over her known killing period. But her career had spanned 17 years across at least a dozen facilities. How many others had she killed? Investigators estimated the total could easily be 50 or more, possibly even approaching triple digits if she'd been killing consistently throughout her career. The true number would never be known. Some victims had been cremated, their ashes scattered, all physical evidence gone. Others had been buried so long ago that exhumation would yield nothing useful. And some had died at facilities that no longer existed, their medical records lost to time and administrative changes. The families of potential victims, those who'd lost loved ones during Ludovine's shifts but couldn't prove murder, lived in a special kind of hell. They had suspicions but no confirmation, questions but no answers. Some found peace in uncertainty, preferring to believe their loved one had died naturally rather than knowing for certain they'd been murdered. Others were tormented by not knowing, unable to grieve properly because they couldn't be sure what they were grieving. Support groups formed, bringing together families of both confirmed and suspected victims. They met regularly, sharing their experiences, supporting each other through the aftermath of Ludovine's crimes. Some became activists, pushing for healthcare reforms, speaking at conferences, meeting with legislators. Others simply tried to heal, to find ways to move forward carrying the weight of what had happened. The psychiatric community debated what Ludovine's case revealed about the nature of medical serial killers. Was she representative of a type, or was each medical murderer unique in their psychology and motivation? The consensus was somewhere in between. Certain traits appeared consistently: lack of empathy, need for control, ability to objectify victims, but the specific constellation of factors that created a killer varied from case to case. Understanding Ludovine wouldn't necessarily help predict or prevent the next medical serial killer. Each one would be different, with their own psychology, their own methods, their own rationalizations. Years after the trial, Ludovine remained in prison, serving her sentence with little fanfare. She gave no interviews, wrote no confessions, offered no further insights into her crimes. She existed in a state of suspended animation, warehoused away from society, no longer able to harm anyone but also providing no closure to those still seeking to understand why she'd done what she'd done. The void at the center of her crimes, the absence of comprehensible motivation, remained unfilled. The hospitals where she'd worked gradually recovered their reputations, though the stain never fully disappeared. Patients still sometimes asked if this was where that nurse had killed people, forcing staff to acknowledge the history while reassuring them that extensive reforms had been implemented. New employees learned about the Ludovine Chambit case during orientation, a cautionary tale about the importance of vigilance and the catastrophic consequences of trust misplaced. In the end, the case of Ludovine Chambit served as a grim reminder of a fundamental truth. The systems society builds to protect vulnerable people are only as trustworthy as the individuals operating within them. Most healthcare workers are genuinely dedicated to healing, would never dream of harming patients. But occasionally, a predator slips through, finds a position that provides access to victims, and exploits that access until someone finally notices the pattern of death following in their wake. 13 confirmed murders, possibly dozens more. A 17-year career spent killing people who trusted her. Ludovine Chambit had been one of the most dangerous people in France, and for most of her career, no one had known. She'd walked hospital corridors in a white uniform, smiled at patients, administered medications, and murdered with impunity. The lucky few had survived her attempted killings through chance intervention. The unlucky many had died alone in hospital rooms, betrayed by the very person supposed to protect them. The case closed with Ludovine's imprisonment, but the questions it raised remained open. How could healthcare systems better detect medical serial killers? What early warning signs should colleagues watch for? How could the balance between necessary trust and appropriate oversight be struck? The answers were elusive, complicated, never fully satisfying. What wasn't complicated was the human cost. 13 confirmed families destroyed, dozens more possibly grieving murders they couldn't prove, a profession tainted by the actions of one predator, a system forced to confront its vulnerabilities, and in a prison cell serving a life sentence, a woman who had chosen to kill again and again, whose victims would never get another chance, whose crimes would never be fully understood or forgiven. Ludovine Chambit had been trusted with the most sacred responsibility in medicine, caring for vulnerable people at their weakest moments. She had betrayed that trust in the most absolute way possible. And though she was finally stopped, finally punished, finally removed from society, the damage she'd inflicted would echo for generations. The families would carry their grief to their own graves. The hospitals would remember her crimes in their protocols and training. And somewhere, perhaps, another medical professional with similar dark impulses would read about her case and make a choice: to seek help before crossing that line, or to follow in her footsteps, believing they could do it better, hide it longer, kill without being caught. The story of Ludovine Chambit was over. But the vulnerability she'd exploited, the trust she'd betrayed, the questions she'd raised, those remained, waiting for the next time someone in a white uniform decided that healing wasn't enough, that power over life and death was too intoxicating to resist, that murder could be committed with impunity if only you knew where to look and how to hide. The angel of death had been stopped, but in hospitals across France, across Europe, across the world, vulnerable patients still lie in beds, trusting that the nurses caring for them want them to survive. Most of that trust is well placed, but not always. And that terrifying reality, laid bare by the crimes of Ludovine Chambit, is something that can never be completely eliminated, only minimized, monitored, and desperately hoped against. Justice had been served, but for the families of her victims, for the patients who nearly died at her hands, for the healthcare workers who'd unknowingly worked alongside a serial killer, the nightmare of her crimes would never fully end. They would carry it forever, a shadow that darkened their memories, a question that could never be fully answered. How could someone sworn to heal become someone who killed? Ludovine Chambit never provided that answer. Perhaps she couldn't. Perhaps the truth was that there was no satisfying explanation, no key insight that would make sense of the senseless. She had killed because something in her made killing possible, even satisfying. She had continued killing because she could, because no one stopped her, because the system allowed it until finally, too late for 13 confirmed victims and possibly dozens more, someone noticed the pattern. And in that pattern, in those deaths, in the lives cut short by a predator in white scrubs, lies the enduring horror of the Ludovine Chambit case. Not just that it happened, but that it could happen again, that somewhere, sometime, another trusted caregiver might make the same choice she did, might start down the same path, might kill and kill again until statistics or luck or a vigilant colleague finally reveals the truth. The hospital corridors are quiet at night. Patients sleep, trusting they'll wake to see another morning. Nurses make their rounds, most of them caring, dedicated, genuine in their desire to help. But the case of Ludovine Chambit reminds us that trust, while necessary, can be deadly. And that sometimes the most dangerous person in the building is the one you never suspect, the one wearing the uniform of a healer while carrying the soul of a killer. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Monster Who Wore a Son's Face. Some killers hide in shadows. Dennis Kazungu hid in plain sight until the screams wouldn't stop. In Tanzania, a mother prayed her son would come home. She never knew he'd already brought hell with him. They say evil doesn't announce itself with fangs and claws. Sometimes it walks through your front door, calls you family, shares your meals, sleeps under your roof. Dennis Kazungu proved that the most terrifying monsters don't lurk in dark alleys or abandoned houses. They sit across from you at breakfast, smile when you ask about their day, and wait until midnight to reveal what they truly are. This is the story of a man who turned his childhood home into a cemetery, who transformed trust into terror, and who taught an entire nation that sometimes the devil doesn't need to knock, because you've already given him a key. Tonight, we descend into the nightmare of Tanzania's most depraved killer, a case so disturbing that investigators wept at crime scenes, a story so dark that even hardened detectives question their faith in humanity. This is not just murder. This is systematic evil. This is Dennis Kazungu. Kibaha, Tanzania, September 2021. A quiet district town where neighbors know each other's names, where children play in dusty streets until sunset paints the sky orange, where the rhythm of ordinary life beats steady and unremarkable. Nothing prepares a place like this for the discovery of true evil. Nothing warns the community that one of their own has been harboring secrets so vile, so unspeakable, that when the truth finally crawls into daylight, it will shatter their sense of safety forever. Dennis Kazungu was 28 years old, unemployed, and living with his aging mother in a modest home that looked like every other house on that street. Peeling paint, corrugated iron roof, a small compound surrounded by a weathered fence. To anyone passing by, it was forgettable, ordinary, the kind of place where nothing interesting ever happens. But evil doesn't need grandeur. It thrives in the mundane, festering in spaces we overlook, growing fat on our inattention. For months, perhaps longer than anyone dares to calculate, Dennis had been bringing people to that house. Young women, mostly, girls from neighboring communities who trusted too easily, who believed in the kindness of strangers, who never imagined that accepting a conversation could be their final decision. He lured them with promises, with charm, with whatever words predators use when they've perfected the art of deception. And once they crossed that threshold, once they stepped into his mother's house with its innocent exterior and its suffocating normalcy, they entered a place from which there would be no escape. The killings were not quick. Dennis Kazungu was not a man in a hurry. He savored his cruelty, stretched it across hours, made sure his victims understood the full weight of their helplessness before he granted them the mercy of death. He strangled them, watching the light fade from their eyes, feeling their struggles weaken beneath his hands. Strangulation is an intimate murder. It requires proximity, sustained effort, a willingness to feel life drain away finger by finger. It's personal, it's deliberate, and Dennis did it again and again, perfecting his technique with each victim, learning exactly how much pressure to apply, how long to hold, how to read the moment when resistance finally collapses into stillness. But killing them wasn't enough. Some killers dispose of bodies quickly, frantically, desperate to erase evidence of their crimes. Not Dennis. He kept them. He dismembered them with tools from his mother's kitchen and his own collection of implements, reducing human beings to manageable pieces, to parts that could be hidden, stored, forgotten by everyone except him. He wrapped remains in plastic bags, in cloth, in whatever materials were within reach. And then he buried them, not in some remote forest or abandoned lot, not miles away where discovery would be unlikely. He buried them in his mother's house, under the floor, in the crawl spaces, behind walls, in the septic tank. He turned his childhood home into a mass grave, a catacomb of horrors where the dead accumulated in silence while his mother went about her daily life above them, cooking meals, watching television, sleeping peacefully while corpses rotted beneath her feet. Did she know? Could she have known? These questions would haunt investigators, would divide public opinion, would spark debates about complicity and willful blindness. But in September 2021, those debates were still weeks away. First, the truth had to emerge, clawing its way up from the darkness where Dennis had tried to bury it forever. It started with a smell. Neighbors noticed it first. A thick, sweet, unmistakable odor that seeped through walls, that hung in the air like invisible smoke, that grew stronger with each passing day. They complained to each other in hushed conversations, wondering if something had died under the house, if there was a problem with the septic system, if rats had nested somewhere and perished in inaccessible spaces. The smell of death is distinctive, primal, something our ancient brains recognize even when our modern minds refuse to name it. People wrinkled their noses, covered their faces with cloths, but no one imagined the truth. No one's imagination stretched that far into darkness. Dennis's mother noticed too. How could she not? The stench permeated everything. Clothes, furniture, the very air inside her home. She asked her son about it. Dennis, calm as always, offered explanations. A dead animal, a drainage problem. He'd take care of it. Don't worry, mother. He had perfected the art of reassurance, of deflection, of making concerned faces while his eyes remained cold and calculating. She believed him because what else could she do? He was her son, her blood, the boy she'd raised, fed, sheltered. Surely he wouldn't lie about something so disturbing. Surely he couldn't be responsible for that awful smell that made her gag when she walked through certain rooms. But the smell wouldn't fade. It intensified, became undeniable, transformed from unpleasant to unbearable. Neighbors filed formal complaints. Local authorities received calls from multiple households describing the same nauseating odor emanating from the Kazungu property. Something had to be done. Someone had to investigate. And when police finally arrived at that ordinary house on that ordinary street in Kibaha, they had no idea they were about to uncover one of Tanzania's most horrific crime scenes. The initial search was routine. Officers expected to find a dead animal, maybe evidence of illegal dumping, something mundane that would explain the complaints and allow everyone to move on with their lives. They asked Dennis for permission to look around. He granted it with unsettling ease, that same calm demeanor he'd shown his mother, that same practiced composure that had helped him evade suspicion for so long. He watched them search with the faint hint of a smile, as if amused by the futility of their efforts, confident that his secrets were buried deep enough to remain hidden. He was wrong. One officer noticed irregularities in the flooring, sections that didn't align properly, boards that seemed newer than others, areas where the ground beneath appeared disturbed. Following instinct and training, he began to dig. The smell grew exponentially worse as the earth yielded to his efforts. Other officers joined him, working in shifts because the odor made prolonged exposure unbearable. They wrapped cloth around their faces, breathed through their mouths, fought back waves of nausea as they excavated deeper into the soil beneath Dennis Kazungu's house. Then they found the first body. Actually, they found parts of a body. Decomposed remains wrapped in plastic, hidden in a shallow grave beneath what had been someone's living room floor. The officer who made the discovery stumbled backward, gasping, trying to process what his eyes were showing him. This wasn't an animal. This was human. This was someone's daughter, sister, friend, reduced to rotting flesh and scattered bones, buried like garbage beneath a killer's feet. The search intensified immediately. More officers arrived. Forensic teams were summoned. The house was declared a crime scene, cordoned off with tape and guards as investigators began the grim task of excavating every inch of the property. What they found defied comprehension. Body after body, remains in various stages of decomposition. Some recent enough that features could still be identified. Others reduced to skeletal fragments, to teeth and bone shards, to evidence that human beings had once existed but were now just biological matter slowly returning to Earth. They found remains under the concrete slab of the house. They found them buried in the yard. They discovered body parts stuffed into the septic tank, submerged in waste and filth, left to dissolve in chemical horror. Each new discovery sent shockwaves through the investigation team. How many victims were there? How long had this been happening? How had nobody noticed? How had Dennis Kazungu managed to commit mass murder in a residential neighborhood without arousing suspicion until the accumulated dead began to announce themselves through sheer biological decay? Dennis himself remained eerily calm throughout the initial stages of the investigation. He didn't run, didn't resist, didn't attempt the desperate flight that most killers resort to when their crimes are exposed. He simply watched as police dismantled his burial ground, as forensic experts photographed and cataloged his victims, as the full scope of his depravity became undeniable. When they finally arrested him, placing handcuffs around his wrists and reading him his rights, he offered no protest. He went quietly, as if relieved that the performance of normalcy could finally end, as if grateful to drop the exhausting mask of humanity he'd been wearing for years. News of the discovery spread through Kibaha like wildfire, then jumped to national media, then international outlets picked up the story because the details were too horrifying to ignore. Tanzania's House of Horror. The Monster of Kibaha. Dennis Kazungu, the serial killer who'd turned his home into a cemetery. Headlines screamed across front pages. News broadcasts showed footage of investigators in protective gear carrying evidence bags from that ordinary house that had been hiding extraordinary evil. The nation reeled, collectively gasping as each new detail emerged. As the body count climbed, as the true magnitude of Dennis's crimes became clear. 10 victims. That was the initial count, though investigators suspected more. 10 lives extinguished by one man's twisted desires. 10 families destroyed, left to grapple with unthinkable loss and unanswerable questions. 10 futures erased. 10 souls whose final moments were spent in terror at the hands of a predator who showed no mercy, no remorse, no indication that he viewed his victims as anything more than objects for his gratification and disposal. But numbers don't capture horror. Statistics fail to convey the reality of what Dennis Kazungu did. To understand the true darkness of this case, you have to imagine those final moments from the victims' perspectives. You have to feel the transition from trust to confusion to fear to absolute terror. You have to understand that these women died slowly, painfully, knowing they'd been betrayed, knowing there would be no rescue, knowing that the last face they'd see would be Dennis's, expressionless and cold, watching them die with the detachment of someone completing a mundane task. You have to imagine being dismembered, your body violated even in death, reduced to pieces small enough to fit into plastic bags and burial plots. You have to picture your remains hidden beneath floors where people walk, where a killer's mother sleeps and cooks and lives her life in oblivious ignorance just feet above your grave. You have to confront the reality that Dennis Kazunga didn't just kill. He erased, he disposed, he treated human beings like trash to be buried and forgotten. The house stood as a monument to that erasure. Every room held secrets. Every surface had been touched by death. Investigators worked for days extracting evidence, documenting the crime scene, trying to identify victims from decomposed remains and scattered belongings. The work took a psychological toll. Hardened officers broke down in tears. Forensic technicians requested trauma counseling. Nobody involved in the excavation of Dennis Kazungu's house would ever forget what they saw there, what they smelled, what they had to touch and catalog and photograph for eventual prosecution. And through it all, Dennis himself remained an enigma. He wasn't a raving lunatic. He didn't foam at the mouth or speak in tongues or display the stereotypical signs of madness that allow society to categorize killers as other, as fundamentally different from normal humans. He was ordinary, articulate when he chose to speak, capable of functioning in society, of maintaining relationships, of wearing the mask of sanity so convincingly that even his own mother hadn't suspected the monster sleeping under her roof. That ordinariness made him more terrifying, not less. Because if Dennis Kazungu could hide such profound evil behind a normal face, behind polite words and everyday behavior, then who else might be doing the same? How do you identify a predator when predators have learned to mimic prey? How do you protect yourself from danger when danger looks exactly like safety? These questions haunted Kibaha as September turned to October. As the investigation continued, as the full story began to emerge in fragments and testimony, the neighborhood would never be the same. That house would forever be known as a place of death, a location where evil took root and flourished in secret. Children would cross the street to avoid walking past it. Adults would quicken their pace and avert their eyes. The physical structure would eventually be demolished, but the psychic scar would remain, carved deep into the community's collective memory. And Dennis Kazungu, the architect of that scar, sat in a cell awaiting trial, knowing that his name would be remembered long after the names of his victims were forgotten by everyone except grieving families. He'd achieved a kind of immortality through atrocity, ensured that Tanzania would never forget the monster who'd hidden in plain sight, who'd proven that the worst nightmares don't announce themselves with warning signs and obvious red flags. Sometimes evil just knocks on your door, invites you inside, and closes the door behind you forever. Dennis Kazungu's interrogation began in a stark room with concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, and air thick with tension. Across from him sat investigators who'd spent days excavating human remains from his house, who'd cataloged body parts and photographed crime scenes that would haunt them forever, who'd seen the physical evidence of his crimes and now needed to understand the psychology behind them. They needed answers. They needed him to explain how a human being could commit such acts, could kill repeatedly without apparent remorse, could sleep peacefully in a house filled with corpses. What they got was something far more disturbing than silence or denial. Dennis Kazungu confessed, freely, willingly, with a level of detail that made seasoned investigators physically ill. He didn't minimize his crimes or claim insanity or construct elaborate justifications for his actions. He simply described what he'd done with the flat, emotionless tone of someone recounting a grocery list, as if murder and dismemberment were mundane activities barely worth noting. He explained his methods with clinical precision, how he'd identified victims, approached them, earned their trust through conversation and false promises. He described himself as someone who understood human nature, who could read vulnerabilities and exploit them, who'd perfected the art of making people feel safe right up until the moment they realized their fatal error. Some victims he'd met in marketplaces, others at social gatherings, a few through mutual acquaintances who'd unknowingly facilitated their own friends' murders by making introductions. Once he'd gained their trust, getting them to his house was simple. He'd invite them for a meal or to meet his mother or to discuss some fabricated opportunity that required privacy. The reasons varied, but the outcome was always the same. They'd enter that house expecting conversation or food or connection. They'd find death instead, though not immediately. Dennis liked to talk first, to enjoy their company while they remained unaware of his intentions, to savor those final moments of normalcy before revealing his true nature. The killing itself, he explained, was never impulsive. He planned each murder carefully, ensuring his mother was away or asleep, making certain he had the necessary tools and sufficient time to complete the act without interruption. He preferred strangulation because it was quiet, because it gave him control, because it allowed him to watch the transition from life to death unfold slowly before his eyes. He spoke about this with disturbing calm, describing the physical sensations of choking the life from another human being, as if discussing a craft he'd mastered through practice and dedication. But it was what came after the killing that truly revealed the depths of his depravity. Dennis didn't just murder these women. He dismembered them systematically, methodically, with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done it many times before. He used knives from his mother's kitchen alongside tools he'd acquired specifically for this purpose. He worked in the bathroom or storage areas, places where blood could be washed away, where evidence could be contained and controlled. He described the dismemberment process in graphic detail that investigators desperately wished they could unhear. How he'd segment bodies to make them easier to transport and conceal. How he'd wrap remains in multiple layers of plastic to contain fluids and odors. How he'd dig burial pits in the crawl spaces beneath the house, excavating just deep enough to accommodate human remains without requiring excessive effort. He was practical about it, efficient, treating the disposal of human bodies as a logistical challenge to be solved rather than a moral catastrophe. And he did all of this while his mother lived in the house above him, while neighbors went about their daily routines just meters away, while life continued normally around him because nobody suspected that beneath the floorboards and inside the walls of that ordinary home, Dennis Kazungu was building a cemetery one victim at a time. When investigators asked about his mother's knowledge or complicity, Dennis was unequivocal. She knew nothing. She was innocent, he insisted, merely an unwitting host to her son's darkness. He'd been careful to conduct his murders and disposals when she was absent or sleeping, careful to clean evidence thoroughly, careful to maintain the fiction of normalcy that allowed him to continue killing without arousing her suspicion. Whether this was true or convenient fiction remained a subject of heated debate, but Dennis never wavered from this account. He claimed 10 victims initially, though he spoke with such casual vagueness about timelines and specific individuals that investigators suspected the actual number might be higher. Some bodies had decomposed beyond easy identification. Some remains were fragmentary, scattered across multiple burial sites within the property. It was possible, even likely, that Dennis himself had lost count, that the murders had blurred together into an indistinct series of acts he no longer bothered to differentiate. What motivated him? This question loomed largest in everyone's mind. Why had he done it? What drove an apparently ordinary man to commit serial murder on such a scale? Dennis's answer was chilling in its simplicity. He wanted to. No elaborate backstory of childhood trauma, though he'd experienced hardships. No desperate financial motive, though he was unemployed. No delusional mission or political agenda. He killed because killing satisfied something in him, fulfilled a desire he couldn't or wouldn't name, provided gratification that ordinary life couldn't deliver. He spoke about his victims with disturbing detachment, referring to them as the women or the bodies, rather than using names or acknowledging their humanity. To him, they seemed to be objects that had served a purpose and were then disposed of, no different from trash or broken appliances. He showed no remorse during interrogations, no indication that he understood or cared about the suffering he'd caused. When investigators confronted him with photographs of victims, with testimony from grieving families, with the full weight of his crimes, he remained unmoved, emotionally flat, as if watching a documentary about someone else's actions. This absence of empathy marked him as something fundamentally different from most humans. Psychopathy, sociopathy, antisocial personality disorder, various clinical terms could be applied, but labels felt insufficient to capture what Dennis Kazungu actually was. He'd moved through society for 28 years wearing the mask of humanity so convincingly that nobody noticed the void behind it, the complete absence of normal human connection and conscience that characterized his inner world. Forensic psychologists who later examined him described a man devoid of the emotional architecture that prevents most people from harming others. He lacked the automatic empathetic response that makes us flinch at another's pain, that makes cruelty feel wrong on an instinctive, pre-rational level. He understood intellectually that his actions violated social norms and legal codes, but this understanding remained purely academic, disconnected from any emotional weight or moral feeling. This made him extraordinarily dangerous because he could function normally in every other respect. He could engage in casual conversation, could joke and laugh and display what appeared to be genuine emotion when it served his purposes. But it was all performance, all learned behavior mimicking patterns he'd observed in others. Beneath the surface, he felt nothing for the people around him except occasional utility or inconvenience, target or obstacle. As news of his confessions leaked to the public, Tanzania grappled with the revelation that such a person had existed among them undetected for years. How many times had neighbors greeted him on the street? How many casual interactions had people had with Dennis Kazungu, completely unaware they were speaking to a serial killer who'd murdered double-digit victims? The randomness of his victim selection made the terror worse. These weren't targeted killings based on specific criteria. These were opportunistic murders of women who'd simply crossed his path at vulnerable moments, who'd trusted wrong person at the wrong time. The families of victims faced unbearable pain compounded by impossible questions. How long had their daughters, sisters, mothers been dead while they continued hoping for reunion? What had those final moments been like? Had there been suffering? Had there been any chance of rescue or escape? Dennis's confession provided some answers but raised countless additional questions that could never be satisfactorily resolved. Identifying victims became a monumental challenge. Some bodies had been buried for months or even years, decomposed beyond visual recognition. Forensic teams relied on dental records, clothing remnants, jewelry, and any other identifying markers that had survived decay. They cross-referenced missing persons reports, interviewing families who'd filed complaints about disappeared loved ones, slowly assembling a list of likely victims. But not all victims had been reported missing. Some were transient, without strong family connections to notice their absence and file reports. Some came from marginalized communities where disappearances were tragically common and often went uninvestigated. These women became the nameless dead, known only to Dennis and eventually reduced to case numbers in forensic files, anonymous statistics in a larger horror. The septic tank discovery proved particularly disturbing. Dennis had apparently run out of burial space beneath the house and resorted to disposing of remains in the sewage system, mixing human body parts with waste in a grotesque solution that accelerated decomposition while providing additional concealment. When forensic teams drained and excavated the septic tank, they found fragmentary remains so degraded that individual identification became impossible. These victims would forever remain unknown. Their families denied even the closure of confirmed death and proper burial. Dennis described all of this without apparent distress. He answered questions matter-of-factly, sometimes offering additional details investigators hadn't asked about, seemingly unbothered by the horror and revulsion his words provoked. It was as if he were discussing someone else's crimes, events that hadn't involved him personally, rather than acts he'd committed with his own hands in his own home. This emotional disconnect fascinated and repulsed the psychologists studying him. They'd encountered violent criminals before, but Dennis represented something different. Not a crime of passion or desperation, not killing driven by rage or greed or ideology, but murder as hobby, as sustained project conducted methodically over extended time. He'd built killing into his routine, made it part of his life's rhythm alongside eating and sleeping and other mundane activities. One investigator later described interviewing Dennis as talking to a void shaped like a person. He looked human, spoke human language, responded to questions with apparent understanding. But there was nothing behind his eyes, no spark of connection or recognition of shared humanity. He existed in perfect isolation, separated from the rest of humankind by an invisible barrier that prevented normal emotional exchange. This made him impossible to reach through conventional interrogation techniques. Appeals to conscience failed because he had no conscience to appeal to. Confronting him with the pain of victims' families produced no response because their pain meant nothing to him. Threatening harsh punishment might have deterred a normal criminal, but Dennis seemed genuinely indifferent to his own future, unconcerned about consequences because he experienced no anticipatory fear or regret. He was, in every meaningful sense, a monster wearing human skin. Not the supernatural creatures of folklore and fiction, but something arguably more frightening, a biological human being lacking the psychological mechanisms that define humanity. He was proof that the worst monsters don't hide in forests or abandoned buildings. They walk among us, shop in our stores, live in our neighborhoods, perfectly camouflaged by their human appearance until circumstances reveal the truth. As the interrogations continued over days and weeks, investigators compiled a comprehensive confession that would form the backbone of the prosecution's case. Dennis had admitted everything, provided details only the killer could know, demonstrated intimate knowledge of crime scenes and victims that left no doubt about his guilt. He'd made their job easier in one sense, eliminating any uncertainty about who'd committed these murders. But he'd made their job immeasurably harder in another sense, because trying to understand why he'd done it proved impossible. Dennis Kazungu couldn't or wouldn't articulate a coherent motivation beyond wanting to. He'd simply killed because killing satisfied him in ways normal life couldn't, and he'd continued until caught because he saw no reason to stop. There was no deeper meaning, no complex psychology to unravel. He was, at his core, exactly what he appeared to be. A predator who'd found prey and fed until circumstances forced him to stop. Tanzania watched the investigation unfold with a mixture of horror and morbid fascination. This wasn't a case that could be easily dismissed or forgotten. The scale of the crimes, the proximity to ordinary neighborhoods, the ordinariness of the killer himself. All of it combined to create a lingering unease that pervaded the entire nation. If Dennis Kazungu could commit mass murder while appearing perfectly normal, how many other predators might be hiding in plain sight? How do you identify danger when danger looks exactly like safety? These questions had no satisfying answers, which made them all the more terrifying. Dennis Kazungu had proven that evil doesn't announce itself, doesn't wear identifying markers, doesn't necessarily display obvious warning signs. Sometimes it just exists, patient and silent, waiting for opportunity. Sometimes it lives in the house next door, smiles when you pass on the street, and buries bodies beneath the floorboards while pretending to be just another unremarkable human navigating ordinary life. The confession was complete. The evidence was overwhelming. Dennis Kazungu had sealed his own fate with words and admissions that left no room for doubt. But confessing hadn't brought relief or remorse. It had simply moved him from one phase to the next, from hiding his crimes to acknowledging them, without any apparent emotional impact. He'd killed 10 women, possibly more. He'd dismembered them and buried them beneath his mother's house. He'd lived with their remains for months or years, sleeping and eating and functioning normally while corpses rotted beneath his feet. And through it all, he felt nothing. No guilt, no shame, no recognition that he'd done anything particularly wrong beyond violating legal codes he'd known existed but hadn't cared about. He was a void shaped like a man, a perfect absence where conscience should have been, walking proof that humanity is defined not by biology but by the presence of traits Dennis Kazungu completely lacked. The courtroom filled to capacity long before proceedings began. Media representatives crowded the designated press section, cameras and recording equipment at the ready. Victims' families occupied reserved seating, their faces etched with grief and rage and desperate hunger for justice. General public attendees packed remaining spaces, some having waited since dawn to secure entry to what promised to be one of Tanzania's most significant criminal trials. Everyone wanted to see him, Dennis Kazungu, the monster of Kibaha, the man who'd turned his home into a mass grave. They wanted to look evil in the face, to see if they could detect something monstrous in his appearance, some visible sign that would have warned potential victims away if only they'd known to look. They wanted answers, explanations, some coherent narrative that would make his crimes comprehensible, that would restore their sense that the world operated according to logical principles. They would be disappointed. Dennis entered the courtroom flanked by guards, wearing standard prison attire, moving with the same unsettling calm that had characterized his behavior since arrest. He didn't look monstrous. He looked ordinary, forgettable, like any other 28-year-old man you might pass without noticing. There were no wild eyes or disturbing expressions, No physical deformities or obvious signs of madness. He was simply a person, which made him somehow more frightening than if he'd appeared visibly evil. The charges were read with devastating formality. Multiple counts of premeditated murder, concealment of evidence, obstruction of justice. Each charge carried maximum penalties, and prosecutors made clear they would seek the harshest possible sentences. This was not a case that would end in leniency or compromise. Dennis Kazungu had confessed to serial murder on a scale Tanzania had rarely encountered. The state intended to ensure he would never again threaten public safety. Dennis's defense team faced an impossible task. Their client had confessed comprehensively, had provided details that left no doubt about his guilt, had demonstrated knowledge only the killer could possess. There was no question about whether he'd committed these crimes. The only potential defense was insanity, arguing that Dennis lacked the mental capacity to understand his actions or distinguish right from wrong at the time of the murders. Court-appointed psychiatrists had evaluated him extensively, conducting batteries of tests and lengthy interviews to assess his mental state. Their findings were presented in expert testimony that gripped the courtroom. Yes, Dennis displayed clear signs of antisocial personality disorder and psychopathic traits. Yes, he lacked normal empathetic responses and demonstrated profound emotional deficits. But, and this was the critical point, he was not legally insane. He understood that his actions were illegal. He'd taken steps to conceal his crimes, demonstrating awareness that society condemned what he was doing. He was capable of functioning in ordinary social situations, of making rational decisions, of understanding cause and effect. His psychological abnormalities made him dangerous and morally devoid, but they didn't render him legally incompetent. He'd known exactly what he was doing when he killed those women, and he'd chosen to do it anyway. This distinction mattered enormously for legal purposes. Insanity defenses require proving that defendants couldn't distinguish right from wrong or couldn't control their actions due to mental disease or defect. Dennis clearly understood right and wrong. He simply didn't care. His conscience was absent, not malfunctioning. He was sane by legal standards, just profoundly abnormal in ways that made him exceptionally dangerous. The prosecution built their case methodically, calling forensic experts who described the crime scene excavations in clinical detail. Photographs were presented showing the burial sites, the remains, the physical evidence that documented Dennis's crimes. Some images were so disturbing that the judge warned the courtroom before they were displayed, giving those with weak constitutions opportunity to look away. Victims' families testified about their loved ones, describing vibrant women with dreams and personalities, and futures that Dennis had extinguished. They spoke about the agony of uncertain disappearances, the desperate hope that gradually transformed into grieving acceptance. They described identifying remains through clothing or jewelry, the unbearable pain of confirming that their missing daughters and sisters were among the dead excavated from Dennis's house of horrors. Dennis listened to this testimony with the same flat effect he'd displayed throughout the investigation. No tears, no visible remorse, no indication that he understood or cared about the suffering his actions had caused. He sat still and silent, occasionally consulting with his attorneys but never showing emotional response to the devastating testimony describing the human cost of his crimes. One mother described the last time she'd seen her daughter alive. The girl had been 19, planning to attend university, dreaming of becoming a teacher. She'd gone to Kibaha to visit friends, promising to return within days. She never came home. Her mother had filed missing persons reports, had searched desperately, had clung to hope even as weeks turned to months. Learning that her daughter had been murdered and dismembered, that she'd been buried beneath a killer's house for over a year while her family prayed for her safe return. The pain was indescribable. The mother's testimony reduced the courtroom to tears. Everyone wept except Dennis, who watched with the detached curiosity of someone observing a mildly interesting documentary. Another family had lost 2 relatives to Dennis. 2 sisters who'd been together when they crossed his path, who'd died together, who'd been buried together beneath the same section of floor. The parents who'd lost both daughters in a single day without knowing it, who'd spent months hoping at least one might return, who discovered instead that both had been victims of the same predator. Their testimony was almost unbearable to hear. The father broke down completely, unable to continue speaking, overwhelmed by grief too vast for words. Dennis showed nothing, not a flicker of recognition or regret, not a moment of human connection or acknowledgement of the devastation he'd caused. He was a void, an absence, a thing shaped like a person but lacking everything that makes persons meaningful. The forensic testimony became increasingly technical as experts explained decomposition patterns, estimated times of death, described the condition of remains, and the methods used for identification. This portion of the trial was necessary but grueling, forcing everyone present to confront the physical realities of murder and decay, to understand in concrete terms what Dennis had done to his victims after killing them. He'd dismembered them carelessly, experts noted. There was no precision to suggest medical knowledge or particular skill. He'd simply hacked bodies into manageable pieces using whatever tools were available, treating human remains like wood to be split or meat to be butchered. Some cuts had required multiple attempts. Some bones showed saw marks where he'd struggled to sever joints. It was brutally practical, devoid of any consideration for the humanity of what he was cutting. The burial patterns revealed logistical thinking more than emotional state. Dennis had placed bodies where convenient, where he could access crawl spaces or excavate without excessive effort. There was no ritual to the disposals, no pattern suggesting specific psychological compulsion beyond the basic need to conceal evidence. He treated the burials like any other household chore, just another task to complete before moving on to the next activity. This ordinariness was perhaps most disturbing. Serial killers often display elaborate patterns or rituals, signature behaviors that distinguish their crimes and reflect specific psychological needs. Dennis had none of that. He'd killed when opportunity presented itself, disposed of bodies practically and efficiently, then continued with his life as if nothing significant had occurred. Murder wasn't special to him, wasn't weighted with meaning or importance. It was just something he did, as unremarkable as cooking a meal or taking out garbage. The prosecution rested their case with overwhelming evidence of guilt. Multiple confessions, forensic evidence linking Dennis to crime scenes, victim identifications, testimony from investigators and experts. There was no credible way to dispute that Dennis Kazungu had committed these murders. The question before the court was purely one of penalty. What punishment could possibly fit crimes of this magnitude? The defense made brief arguments acknowledging their client's guilt while emphasizing his psychological abnormalities. They weren't asking for acquittal or claiming innocence. They were simply arguing that Dennis's profound mental deficits, while not rising to legal insanity, should be considered in sentencing. He was, they suggested, a deeply damaged individual who required psychiatric intervention more than pure punishment. The prosecution rejected this framing completely. In their closing arguments, they emphasized that Dennis Kazungu's psychological deficits made him more dangerous, not less culpable. A person incapable of empathy, incapable of remorse, incapable of connecting to other human beings as anything more than objects. Such a person could never be rehabilitated, could never be safely returned to society. His abnormalities weren't mitigating factors. They were reasons to ensure he never had opportunity to harm anyone again. Lead prosecutor stood before the court and delivered a closing statement that captured the nation's horror and rage. Dennis Kazungu did not kill in passion or desperation, she said, her voice steady despite the emotional weight of her words. He did not kill to survive or protect himself. He killed because he wanted to, because other human beings meant nothing to him, because he could. He transformed his mother's home into a cemetery, buried women like trash beneath the floors, and slept peacefully above their graves without a moment's hesitation or regret. She paused, letting her words settle over the silent courtroom. He has shown no remorse. Not once throughout this investigation and trial has he displayed the slightest indication that he understands the suffering he's caused, that he recognizes his victims as human beings who mattered, who had families and futures and inherent worth. He sees them as objects he used and discarded. And if released, he would kill again without hesitation, because nothing in his psychological makeup prevents him from viewing other people as disposable. Her conclusion was unequivocal. Dennis Kazungu represents a threat that cannot be rehabilitated or managed through any means except permanent removal from society. We ask this court to impose the maximum penalty available under law, to ensure that this man never again has opportunity to prey upon the innocent, to guarantee that justice is served for the women he murdered and the families he destroyed. The defense offered no meaningful counter-argument. They couldn't. Their client had confessed to everything, had shown no remorse, had demonstrated exactly the psychological profile the prosecution described. The best they could do was make perfunctory arguments about process and procedure, knowing their words would have minimal impact on the outcome. Dennis himself declined to speak when given opportunity to address the court. His attorneys advised him to make some statement expressing remorse, to at least perform the motions of regret even if he felt none. He refused. He had nothing to say, he told them. What would be the point? He'd done what he'd done. The court would decide what happened next. He didn't care enough to perform emotional theater for their benefit. This final refusal to engage, to show even fake remorse, sealed his fate completely. The judge deliberated for only a few hours before returning with a verdict that surprised no one. Guilty on all counts. Multiple life sentences to be served consecutively, not concurrently. No possibility of parole. Dennis Kazungu would spend the remainder of his life in prison, removed permanently from society, locked away where he could never again threaten innocent people. The courtroom erupted in mixed reactions. Some families wept with relief that justice had been served, that the man who'd murdered their loved ones would face consequences. Others shouted that life imprisonment wasn't enough, that Dennis deserved execution, that letting him continue breathing while their daughters lay dead was itself an injustice. Security personnel worked to maintain order as emotions overflowed, as years of grief and rage found outlet in the formal conclusion of legal proceedings. Dennis received his sentence with the same flat effect he'd displayed throughout the trial. He didn't react visibly to the judge's words, didn't express disappointment or acceptance or anything resembling normal human response. He simply stood when directed, listened to his fate being pronounced, then allowed guards to escort him from the courtroom toward the prison that would be his home for the rest of his life. Media coverage of the verdict dominated Tanzanian news for days. Analysts debated whether life imprisonment was appropriate or whether capital punishment should have been pursued. Human rights advocates argued that even monsters deserved humane treatment under law. Victims' advocates countered that some crimes were so heinous that maximum penalties were not just justified but morally required. The public remained divided but mostly satisfied that Dennis Kazungu had been removed from society. Whether he lived the rest of his life in prison or faced execution mattered less than ensuring he could never kill again. The primary goal had been achieved. A dangerous predator had been identified, captured, tried, and permanently neutralized. But the trial's conclusion didn't bring the closure many had hoped for. Victims' families still grieved. Communities still felt violated, still struggled with the knowledge that such evil had existed among them undetected. The house in Kibaha remained a constant reminder, a physical monument to horror that nobody wanted to see but nobody could entirely forget. Dennis's mother faced her own nightmare. She'd been investigated thoroughly to determine whether she'd known about or assisted in her son's crimes. Evidence ultimately supported Dennis's claim that she'd been ignorant, that he'd concealed his activities from her completely. She was deemed innocent of criminal complicity but guilty in public opinion, condemned by those who couldn't understand how a mother could live in a house with 10 buried bodies and notice nothing. She moved away from Kibaha, unable to remain in the community where her son's crimes had occurred, unable to face the stares and whispers and barely concealed accusations. She'd lost her home, her reputation, her sense of identity. Her son had destroyed not only his victims' lives, but also the lives of everyone connected to him, spreading devastation in widening circles that touched far more people than those he'd directly murdered. The trial transcripts and evidence files became case studies for criminologists and psychologists studying serial murder and psychopathy. Dennis Kazungu represented a particular type of killer, organized, methodical, completely devoid of empathy, capable of maintaining facade of normalcy while committing atrocities. Understanding criminals like him remained important for developing better detection methods, for identifying warning signs before victims accumulate, for protecting society from predators who hide behind ordinary appearances. But understanding came at a cost. Every professional who studied Dennis's case, who read his confessions or viewed crime scene photographs or analyzed his psychological profile, carried away mental scars that never fully healed. You couldn't immerse yourself in that level of human evil without being changed by the experience, without losing some measure of innocence about what people are capable of doing to each other. The trial ended, but the story continued. Dennis Kazungu settled into prison routine, reportedly adapting without difficulty to institutional life. He followed rules, caused no problems, existed in the structured environment with the same bland neutrality he displayed everywhere else. He was a model prisoner in behavioral terms, which somehow made him more unsettling. Even in prison, even facing life without freedom, he remained unchanged, unaffected, a psychological aberration that defied normal human patterns. Occasionally, reporters requested interviews, hoping to gain insights into his thinking, to ask questions that might illuminate the mystery of how someone could commit such crimes without remorse. Dennis usually declined these requests. He had nothing to say, he maintained. The trial was over. His story had been told. What more did people want from him? When he occasionally did speak to journalists, his words offered no satisfaction. He remained evasive about motivations, dismissive of questions about his victims, uninterested in discussing his crimes beyond basic facts already established. He was, one interviewer noted, aggressively boring. He refused to perform the role of theatrical villain, refused to provide the dramatic confessions or shocking revelations that might make good content. He was just himself, empty, indifferent, profoundly uninteresting beyond the horrific acts he'd committed. This ordinariness became his most enduring legacy. Dennis Kazungu proved that the worst monsters don't announce themselves with dramatic flair or obvious warning signs. They exist quietly, blend seamlessly into normal society, and reveal their true nature only when circumstances force exposure. They're the people you pass without noticing, the neighbors you greet without thinking, the strangers who seem perfectly safe right up until the moment they're not. Tanzania would not forget him. His name became synonymous with domestic evil, with the horror that can exist behind closed doors in seemingly ordinary homes. Parents warned their children about talking to strangers, but Dennis had taught a darker lesson. That danger doesn't always look dangerous, that predators don't always appear predatory, that sometimes the greatest threats wear the most convincing disguises. The trial concluded. Justice, by legal definition, had been served, but the deeper wounds remained, carved into individual psyches and collective consciousness, reminding everyone that evil doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers, sometimes it smiles, sometimes it lives next door and buries bodies beneath the floorboards while pretending to be just another unremarkable person navigating ordinary life. And Dennis Kazungu, locked away in his cell, continued existing as he always had, without guilt, without remorse, without the fundamental human qualities that might have prevented him from becoming exactly what he was. A void shaped like a man, a monster wearing a human face, proof that the scariest things in this world don't hide in shadows or announce themselves with warning signs. They walk among us, indistinguishable from everyone else, until the day they're finally caught. The house stood empty after the trial concluded. Dennis Kazungu's mother had abandoned it, unable to return to the place where her son had committed unspeakable acts, where corpses had rotted beneath floors while she'd cooked meals and slept and lived her ordinary life in devastating ignorance. The structure remained physically intact but spiritually ruined, transformed from home to monument, from shelter to mausoleum, from ordinary dwelling to landmark of horror that nobody wanted to preserve but nobody knew quite how to erase. Neighbors avoided looking at it. Parents instructed children to cross the street rather than walk too close. The property took on the quality of cursed ground, a place where violence had occurred so profoundly that it seemed to contaminate the very earth, making the space itself feel wrong, tainted, dangerous in ways that transcended physical threat. Nothing supernatural haunted that house. Reality was far more terrible than ghosts. Local authorities debated what to do with the property. Demolition seemed obvious, but who would pay for it? Who had legal authority to order destruction of private property, even when that property had served as a burial ground for murder victims? The bureaucratic questions proved surprisingly complex, tangled in ownership laws and jurisdictional disputes that delayed any action for months, while the house stood as a constant reminder of Dennis Kazungu's crimes. Eventually, the structure was demolished. Heavy machinery tore through walls, collapsed the roof, reduced the house to rubble that was carted away and disposed of with the same methodical efficiency Dennis had once applied to disposing of his victims. The ground was excavated deeply, removing not just the foundation but layers of earth beneath, ensuring that no trace of the burial sites remained. The lot was filled with fresh soil, graded flat, and left vacant, a blank space where horror had once resided, a gap in the neighborhood's geography that matched the gap in community psyche. But removing the physical structure couldn't remove the psychological scars. Families of victims continued grieving, processing losses that defied normal mourning because their loved ones had died in such terrible ways, had been treated with such complete disregard, had been reduced to objects and buried like garbage. Traditional grief has structure, rituals, pathways toward acceptance and healing. How do you grieve someone who was strangled, dismembered, and hidden beneath a killer's floor? How do you find peace when you know your daughter's final moments were filled with terror? When you understand she died slowly, knowing no rescue would come. Support groups formed among victims' families, people bound together by their shared trauma, by the unique horror of having lost loved ones to Dennis Kazungu. They met regularly, sharing memories of the dead, processing their anger and pain, trying to construct meaning from senseless tragedy. Some found comfort in faith, believing their departed family members were now in better places, free from suffering, watching over the living with love and forgiveness. Others found faith impossible after confronting such evil, unable to reconcile a benevolent universe with the existence of people like Dennis who destroyed lives without remorse or reason. The community of Kibaha struggled with its own collective trauma. This wasn't a crime that had occurred somewhere else, something they could observe from safe distance. This had happened among them in their neighborhood, involving their neighbors. Dennis Kazungu had been one of them, indistinguishable from any other resident until the day police excavated his house and revealed the truth. That proximity bred a particular kind of paranoia, a lingering uncertainty about whether other predators might be hiding in plain sight, whether the person next door or across the street might be concealing similarly dark secrets. Trust eroded in subtle but pervasive ways. People who'd once greeted strangers warmly became guarded, suspicious. Parents became more protective of children, more careful about who their kids interacted with, more vigilant about whereabouts and activities. The community that had once operated on comfortable assumptions about basic human decency now questioned everything, viewing the world through lens colored by the knowledge that monsters exist and sometimes they look exactly like everyone else. Local businesses suffered as the neighborhood's reputation became inextricably linked with Dennis Kazungu's crimes. The area where that serial killer lived became Kibaha's unfortunate identifier in national consciousness. Property values declined. People moved away when possible, seeking fresh starts in communities not associated with mass murder. Those who remained carried the burden of residency in a place now defined by its worst moment, its darkest resident, its transformation into a cautionary tale about hidden evil. The investigators who'd worked the case carried their own scars. Excavating that house, cataloging human remains, documenting crime scenes that would haunt their dreams. This work extracted psychological tolls that persisted long after the trial concluded. Several officers sought counseling for post-traumatic stress. Others left law enforcement entirely, unable to continue in careers that had exposed them to human evil they couldn't unsee or forget. Even those who remained active never fully recovered from the Kazungu case, never entirely shook the visceral memories of what they discovered beneath those ordinary floorboards. One forensic technician described recurring nightmares where she was trapped beneath a house, buried alive, slowly suffocating while footsteps echoed above her and nobody heard her screams. The dreams were so vivid, so consistently terrifying, that she developed insomnia, afraid to sleep because sleep meant returning to that claustrophobic darkness, to that helpless burial, to the sensation of earth pressing down while life continued normally just feet away. Therapy helped somewhat, but years after the case closed, she still couldn't visit certain types of houses, still felt panic when she saw crawl spaces or basement access points, still carried the psychological weight of having seen too much, having touched remains that once were people, having cataloged horror that her mind couldn't fully process or dismiss. The prosecutors who'd built the case against Dennis experienced their own forms of aftermath. They'd succeeded in securing conviction and maximum sentences, had delivered justice by legal standards, had done their jobs expertly and professionally. But success felt hollow when the crimes themselves were so devastating. What did winning mean when victory was simply ensuring a monster stayed caged? The victims remained dead. The families remained shattered. Justice, they discovered, was necessary but insufficient. It provided accountability but not healing, punishment but not restoration, closure but not peace. One prosecutor, interviewed years later, spoke about the emotional cost of seeking justice for Dennis Kazungu's victims. "You prepare for trials by immersing yourself in evidence," she explained. "You review photographs, read autopsy reports, study every detail until you know the case completely. But with Dennis, that meant spending months immersed in absolute horror. I looked at images of crime scenes, of remains, of burial sites. I read his confessions, his flat descriptions of how he'd killed and dismembered those women. I interviewed grieving families, heard their stories, felt their pain. And I carried all of that with me every day, brought it home at night, dreamed about it, couldn't escape it." She paused, struggling with words to describe experiences that defied easy articulation. Winning felt necessary but not satisfying. Dennis was convicted, sentenced to life, removed from society. But I couldn't celebrate because the cost had been too high. 10 women dead, maybe more. Families destroyed. A community traumatized. And I'd spent months living inside that horror, making it part of my daily existence. Even after the trial ended, I couldn't just turn it off. You don't forget what you've seen, what you've learned about what humans are capable of doing to each other. It changes you permanently. This sentiment was echoed by nearly everyone professionally involved with the case. The Kazungu investigation and trial became a dividing line in their lives. There was before, when they'd understood intellectually that terrible things happened but hadn't confronted the specific details, and after, when they carried intimate knowledge of exactly how terrible those things could be. The psychological burden proved immense, reshaping how they viewed the world, how they understood human nature, how they processed their own safety and vulnerability. Dennis himself remained largely unchanged by incarceration. Prison reports described an inmate who followed rules, caused no disciplinary problems, existed in institutional environment with the same bland neutrality he'd displayed everywhere else. He participated in required activities but showed no interest in rehabilitation programs, no desire for education or self-improvement, no indication that he viewed his imprisonment as anything more than a change in circumstances requiring minor adjustments. When psychologists interviewed him periodically, assessing his mental state and evaluating whether he posed continuing threats, they found the same emptiness that had characterized him since arrest. He remained emotionally flat, devoid of remorse, fundamentally disconnected from normal human concerns. Time in prison hadn't reformed him because there was nothing to reform. He wasn't a person who'd made bad choices and might learn to make better ones. He was structurally different, lacking the basic psychological architecture that rehabilitation programs assume exists in all people. Dennis Kazungu cannot be rehabilitated because rehabilitation requires capacity for change, and he has no mechanism for meaningful change, one prison psychologist wrote in her evaluation. He doesn't feel guilt about his crimes because he doesn't experience guilt generally. He doesn't regret his actions because he lacks the emotional capacity for regret. He cannot be taught empathy because empathy requires neurological and psychological structures he simply doesn't possess. He is, in every meaningful sense, permanently dangerous. If released, he would reoffend without hesitation, not because he hasn't learned his lesson, but because there's no lesson for him to learn. He doesn't view his crimes as mistakes or moral failures. They're simply things he did, as neutral to him as any other activity. This assessment, repeated across multiple evaluations by different professionals, confirmed what the trial had already established. Dennis Kazungu would spend the rest of his life in prison not as punishment that might reform him, but as containment that protected society from someone who could never safely exist outside controlled environments. He wasn't serving time in hopes of eventual redemption. He was being stored, warehoused, removed from circulation like contaminated material too dangerous to dispose of but too dangerous to release. The broader societal impact of the Kazungu case extended far beyond Kibaha. Tanzania grappled with uncomfortable questions about how such crimes had gone undetected, about whether there might be other predators operating similarly, about what warning signs should be recognized and how communities could better protect vulnerable members. True crime media coverage exploded, with countless documentaries, articles, and podcasts examining every detail of Dennis's crimes, analyzing his psychology, debating what lessons could be learned from Tanzania's most notorious serial killer. This media attention created its own problems. Victims' families found themselves reliving trauma repeatedly as new content emerged, as journalists requested interviews, as the story was retold from different angles for different audiences. Some families participated, hoping to honor their loved ones by ensuring they were remembered as people rather than statistics. Others refused all media contact, wanting only to grieve privately, to avoid having their pain become entertainment for global audiences fascinated by true crime content. The ethics of true crime coverage became hotly debated in Tanzania following the Kazungu case. Was it appropriate to create entertainment content from real murders, real suffering, real families' ongoing pain? Did public interest in understanding crime justify the potential exploitation of victim stories? Where was the line between educational examination of criminal psychology and voyeuristic consumption of violence and tragedy? These debates produced no consensus, but they forced media creators to consider their responsibilities more carefully, to think about how they presented crime stories, to balance public interest with respect for victims and their families. The best true crime coverage, many argued, should center victims as people, should acknowledge ongoing impacts on survivors, should serve educational purposes rather than merely satisfying morbid curiosity. The worst coverage sensationalized violence, reduced victims to plot points, and treated tragedy as thrilling entertainment without adequate consideration for real human costs. Dennis Kazungu's story would inevitably be told and retold, analyzed and discussed, examined from countless angles. He'd become part of criminal history, a case study that would be referenced in criminology courses and psychology texts, a name that would trigger recognition and horror in Tanzania for generations. But beneath all the analysis and media coverage were 10 women who died terribly, who'd been denied futures and dreams and ordinary lives they deserved, who'd been reduced to objects by a killer incapable of seeing them as human. Their names deserved remembering. Victims who'd been daughters, sisters, friends, people with personalities and preferences and potential. They'd been students and workers, dreamers and planners, individuals with complex inner lives and meaningful relationships. Dennis had stolen not just their lives but their futures, the careers they might have pursued, the families they might have raised, the contributions they might have made to their communities and the world. Each death represented not just one loss but countless losses rippling forward through time, touching everyone who would have known them, loved them, been influenced by them if they'd been allowed to live. Memorials were established in their honor. Communities held vigils remembering the victims, celebrating their lives rather than focusing exclusively on their deaths. Families shared stories and photographs, insisted on humanizing the women Dennis had tried to reduce to disposal problems. These acts of remembrance became forms of resistance against the dehumanization Dennis had practiced, ways of asserting that his victims had mattered, that they'd been precious and irreplaceable, that their deaths represented genuine losses to be grieved rather than just statistics in a larger horror story. Years passed. The acute shock of the Kazungu case gradually settled into historical memory, still remembered but no longer dominating daily consciousness. Life continued because life always continues, because people adapt even to terrible knowledge, because communities recover slowly from trauma and rebuild damaged trust gradually through countless small acts of normal human connection. Kibaha remained changed, marked by what had happened there, but it also remained alive, continuing to exist and evolve beyond its worst moment. The vacant lot where Dennis's house once stood remained empty, a deliberate gap in the neighborhood's fabric. Nobody wanted to build there, to live on ground that had served as burial site for murder victims. The space became informal memorial, a place people visited sometimes to reflect on the tragedy, to remember the dead, to confront the uncomfortable truth that evil had existed there and might exist anywhere, unseen and unsuspected until circumstances forced revelation. Dennis Kazungu sat in his prison cell, unchanged and unchanging, serving his life sentences with the same flat effect he displayed since arrest. He was forgotten by most people most of the time, remembered mainly when new true crime content revived his story for audiences discovering it fresh. He'd achieved a kind of immortality through atrocity, his name preserved in criminal records and case files, in academic studies and media coverage, in the collective memory of a nation that would never entirely forget the monster who'd hidden in plain sight. But history would remember the victims too, would record their names alongside his, would acknowledge that behind the statistics and psychological analyses were real people whose lives had value and meaning. They'd been silenced by Dennis Kazungu, but they would not remain voiceless. Their families ensured that, their communities honored that, and everyone who told their story responsibly contributed to that essential work, keeping the dead present in memory, insisting on their humanity, refusing to let them be defined entirely by how they died rather than how they lived. The scars never fully healed. Victims' families carried grief that eased gradually but never disappeared. The community bore psychological wounds that time softened but couldn't erase. Investigators and prosecutors lived with memories they couldn't forget, images and details that surfaced unexpectedly in quiet moments. Everyone touched by the Kazungu case was changed by it, marked by proximity to evil that defied comfortable explanations or easy processing. But alongside the scars existed resilience. People discovered strength they hadn't known they possessed. Communities came together in support and mutual aid, finding solidarity in shared trauma and collective healing. Families honored their dead by continuing to live, by refusing to let grief consume them entirely, by transforming pain into purpose through advocacy and remembrance. The aftermath of horror revealed both human capacity for evil and human capacity for endurance, for recovery, for insisting on meaning and connection even in the face of senseless destruction. Dennis Kazungu had tried to reduce human beings to objects, to disposable things he could use and discard without consequence. He'd failed. His victims were remembered as people, their lives celebrated, their losses mourned by communities that refused to forget them. The monster would be recorded in history, but so would his victims, and their humanity would outlast his monstrosity, their remembered lives proving more enduring than his remembered crimes. The story of Dennis Kazungu was ultimately not just about evil, but about everything evil destroys and everything that survives despite destruction. It was about the fragility of safety and the resilience of hope, about how darkness reveals itself and how light persists even in darkness's wake, about monsters who hide among us and about the human capacity to recognize, confront, and contain those monsters when they're finally exposed. The house was gone. The trial was over. Dennis was locked away. But the aftermath continued, would ripple forward through time in ways large and small, in trauma carried and gradually healed, in lessons learned and precautions taken, in memories preserved and stories told. The victims would be remembered. The families would continue grieving and gradually healing. The community would rebuild trust slowly, carefully, never quite returning to the innocence it had possessed before discovering that monsters don't always announce themselves, that sometimes they live next door and smile when you greet them and harbor secrets too dark for ordinary comprehension. This was the legacy of Dennis Kazungu. Not just the crimes he committed, but everything those crimes revealed about human nature's extremes, about evil's ability to hide and society's responsibility to protect its vulnerable members, about the difference between justice and healing, about memory and mourning and the long, difficult work of recovering from encounters with darkness that cannot be unseen or forgotten. The story ended but also continued, would always continue, because some truths once learned become permanent parts of how we understand the world and our place in it. Dennis Kazungu taught Tanzania that monsters exist, that they walk among us wearing human faces, that safety is more fragile than we want to believe. But the aftermath taught something equally important, that even when confronted with worst examples of human evil, communities can survive, families can endure, and the determination to honor victims and pursue justice can persist even in the face of seemingly incomprehensible horror. The scars never heal completely, but neither does the human capacity for resilience, for hope, for insisting that light matters even when darkness seems overwhelming. That's the true lesson of the aftermath. Not that evil exists, but that humanity persists despite evil, that we continue building meaningful lives and connections even after confronting the truth that some among us are capable of terrible things. Dennis Kazungu represented the worst of humanity. The survivors and families and communities who persisted after his crimes represented the best, imperfect, wounded, but fundamentally unwilling to let monsters define the terms of human existence. And so life continued in Kibaha, in Tanzania, in the world that now knew Dennis Kazungu's name and would never entirely forget it. The monster was caged. The victims were mourned. The living continued living, carrying their scars, honoring their dead, and insisting through each ordinary day that hope and connection and meaning still matter, still exist, still make life worth protecting even in a world where predators hide behind ordinary faces and burial grounds can exist beneath the floors of ordinary homes. This was the aftermath. This was the legacy. This was what remained when horror became history. Not forgetting, but incorporating knowledge of darkness into continued commitment to light. Continued insistence that human worth and dignity persist even when humans prove capable of inhuman acts. The story of Dennis Kazungu would be told and retold, but it would never be just about him. It would always also be about his victims, about survivors, about communities learning to heal, about the long aftermath of confronting evil and choosing, despite everything, to continue believing in the possibility of something better. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Monster Who Collected Screams. Some men kill for rage, others for greed. But Alexei Varekin killed because silence terrified him more than blood. And in the frozen heart of Russia, he built a cathedral of agony where every brick was laid with human suffering. They found the first body in pieces scattered across 14 kilometers of Siberian wilderness. Each fragment wrapped with surgical precision in newspaper dated exactly 1 week prior to the murder. The second victim was discovered hanging upside down in an abandoned meat processing plant, drained so completely that investigators initially mistook the corpse for a department store mannequin. By the fifth killing, police realized they were hunting something that had evolved beyond human. A calculating predator who didn't just end lives, but orchestrated symphonies of terror that echoed through entire communities. His name was Alexei Dmitrievich Varekin, and between 2003 and 2009, this former medical student transformed the industrial wastelands of Chelyabinsk into his personal hunting ground, where at least 17 souls, though authorities suspect the true number climbs past 30, experienced deaths so methodically brutal that seasoned homicide detectives required psychological counseling after viewing the crime scene photographs. This is not just the story of a serial killer. This is the story of a man who weaponized human anatomy knowledge, who studied pain the way composers study music, and who proved that the most dangerous monsters are not born from chaos, but from cold, deliberate intelligence that transforms murder into art. Tonight, we descend into the frozen hell that Alexei Varekin created, where screams crystallized in sub-zero air, and humanity learned that some evils are too calculated to comprehend. Winter in Chelyabinsk doesn't arrive gradually, it attacks. Temperatures plummet to 40 degrees below zero, transforming the industrial city into a landscape that seems hostile to life itself. Against this brutal backdrop, Alexei Dmitrievich Varekin was born on November 3, 1978, arriving into a world already hardened by Soviet collapse and economic devastation that turned ordinary people into survivors and desperate souls into predators. His childhood home stood in a decaying apartment complex where the heating worked sporadically, where families huddled together burning furniture for warmth, and where the screams that echoed through thin walls became as ordinary as the morning alarm. Alexei's father, Dmitry Varekin, worked at the Chelyabinsk metallurgical plant, a hulking industrial complex that consumed men's lives and exhaled toxic clouds that stained the snow gray. Dmitry returned home each night coated in metal dust, his lungs gradually filling with particles that would eventually kill him, his temper shortened by exhaustion and vodka that burned away whatever patience remained. But it was Alexei's mother, Svetlana, who truly shaped the darkness that would grow inside her son. A former nurse dismissed from her position under circumstances the family never discussed. Svetlana possessed medical knowledge she wielded like a weapon. When Alexei misbehaved, she didn't resort to simple beatings. Instead, she applied pressure to nerve clusters, understanding precisely how to inflict maximum pain without leaving visible marks. She would hold Alexei's arm at specific angles, applying force to points where tendons met bone, whispering anatomical terms as he writhed. "This is the median nerve, Alexei. See how it controls everything? Pain is just signals. Learn to control the signals, you control everything." These lessons in applied agony occurred in the cramped bathroom of their apartment, where rust-stained fixtures and cracked mirrors witnessed a child's systematic introduction to suffering. Svetlana never raised her voice during these sessions. Her calm demeanor, the clinical precision of her methods, taught Alexei that cruelty didn't require passion. It required knowledge, patience, and careful planning. At school, Alexei exhibited a disturbing duality. Teachers remembered him as exceptionally intelligent, particularly in biology and anatomy courses where he absorbed information with remarkable efficiency. His drawings of human musculature and skeletal systems displayed talent that suggested a promising medical career. Classmates, however, recalled something altogether different. They spoke of a boy who watched them with eyes that seemed to catalog rather than connect, who never laughed at jokes but occasionally smiled at others' misfortune, who possessed an unsettling stillness that made even bullies uncomfortable. The first documented incident occurred when Alexei was 13. A stray dog that roamed the neighborhood, a mange-riddled creature the local children sometimes fed, disappeared. 3 days later, residents discovered the animal crucified on the fence behind the apartment complex. But this wasn't crude vandalism. The dog had been dissected with disturbing precision, its organs removed and arranged in jars filled with formaldehyde someone had clearly stolen from the school laboratory. Each organ was labeled in neat Cyrillic script. Investigators questioned several youths, but no charges were ever filed. Svetlana informed authorities that Alexei had been home with her that entire week, suffering from influenza. As Alexei progressed through adolescence, his fascination with anatomy intensified. He spent hours in the public library, studying medical textbooks far beyond his grade level, focusing particularly on texts about pain receptors, nerve pathways, and the body's response to trauma. He filled notebooks with detailed sketches and notes, creating his own reference guides about human vulnerability, where veins ran closest to the surface, which bones broke most easily, how long consciousness could be maintained during various forms of injury. At 17, Alexei gained admission to Chelyabinsk State Medical University, an achievement that should have marked his transformation from troubled youth to respectable professional. His professors initially praised his technical knowledge and steady hands during practical examinations. He could identify anatomical structures with barely a glance, suture wounds with remarkable precision, and discuss complex medical concepts with an intelligence that suggested genuine brilliance. But during his second year, problems emerged. A cadaver assigned to Alexei's study group showed signs of additional dissection beyond what the curriculum required, cuts that served no educational purpose, tissue damage that seemed almost exploratory. When questioned, Alexei explained he was conducting independent research into pain pathway mapping. The explanation satisfied no one, but without definitive proof of wrongdoing, the university issued only a warning. The breaking point came during Alexei's third year. During a clinical rotation at a city hospital, a patient under his observation, an elderly man recovering from surgery, began reporting excruciating pain despite adequate medication. Medical staff eventually discovered someone had been systematically reducing the patient's pain medication and replacing it with saline solution, effectively conducting an unauthorized experiment on human suffering. Alexei was the prime suspect, though hospital administrators, eager to avoid scandal, chose suspension rather than criminal prosecution. Expelled from medical school at 21, Alexei returned to the industrial wastelands of Chelyabinsk transformed. His education had provided him with comprehensive knowledge of human anatomy and physiology. His expulsion had stripped away the last constraints of social convention. and his childhood had already taught him that suffering was something to be studied, controlled, and ultimately inflicted with scientific precision. He found employment at various meat processing plants throughout the region, positions that required no formal qualifications beyond the ability to wield cutting tools and tolerate gore. These facilities, many operating in partially abandoned Soviet-era industrial complexes, provided Alexei with both income and education. He studied how animals were processed, how flesh separated from bone, how blood drained from suspended carcasses. He learned which tools worked most efficiently for different tasks, how to maintain cutting edges, how to work quickly without sacrificing precision. Co-workers remembered Alexei as competent but unsettling. He volunteered for the most unpleasant shifts, seemed unbothered by the constant smell of blood and decay, and occasionally lingered after his shift ended, practicing cutting techniques on discarded material. Managers appreciated his reliability. Fellow workers gave him wide berth, instinctively recognizing something fundamentally wrong beneath his quiet efficiency. During this period, Alexei lived alone in a small apartment in one of Chelyabinsk's most deteriorated neighborhoods. His parents had both died within months of each other. His father from the lung disease that claimed so many factory workers. His mother from cirrhosis that surprised no one who knew her drinking habits. Their deaths left Alexei completely isolated, with no siblings, no close friends, no romantic relationships to anchor him to normal human connection. He filled this isolation with obsessive planning. His apartment, according to later police descriptions, resembled a research laboratory dedicated to violence. Maps of Chelyabinsk covered the walls, with abandoned industrial sites marked in red ink. Medical textbooks lined the shelves alongside butchering manuals and texts on forensic science. Knowledge he used not to solve crimes but to avoid detection while committing them. He maintained detailed journals, filling pages with theoretical scenarios about control, pain, and the boundaries of human endurance. The psychological transformation was complete. Alexei no longer viewed other humans as fellow beings deserving empathy and respect. Instead, he saw walking anatomical structures, collections of organs, bones, and nerve endings that offered opportunities for exploration. His medical training had given him knowledge. His employment had given him skills. His isolation had eliminated the last barriers between thought and action. The question wasn't whether Alexei Varekin would kill. The question was when he would begin, and how many would suffer before someone stopped him. That answer came on a frozen March night in 2003, when a young woman named Tatiana Sokolova made the fatal mistake of accepting a ride from a polite stranger whose car had stopped near the bus station where she waited. She was 19 years old, a university student heading home after evening classes, tired and grateful when a clean-cut man offered to drive her the few kilometers to her apartment building. Her screams, when they finally came hours later in an abandoned warehouse 5 kilometers outside the city limits, echoed through empty industrial corridors where no one could hear them. Alexei Varekin had found his calling, and Chelyabinsk had gained a predator who would terrorize the region for the next 6 years, leaving behind crime scenes so horrific that investigators would struggle to maintain their professional composure. The monster had finally stopped restraining himself. The killing had begun. Tatiana Sokolova's disappearance initially generated minimal concern. In post-Soviet Russia, young people frequently relocated for work or education without elaborate goodbyes, and communication gaps lasting days or even weeks surprised no one in an era before universal cell phone coverage. Her roommate assumed Tatiana had returned to her family village. Her family assumed she was busy with university examinations. 3 weeks elapsed before anyone filed a missing persons report, and by then, the trail had grown impossibly cold. Alexei Varekin had planned meticulously. The abandoned warehouse where he'd taken Tatiana belonged to a defunct agricultural equipment manufacturer, one of dozens of industrial corpses littering Chelyabinsk's outskirts. He'd spent months surveying potential locations, evaluating isolation, accessibility, and the structural integrity necessary for what he intended. This particular facility met all requirements, far enough from populated areas that sound wouldn't carry, yet close enough to the main highway that his vehicle wouldn't seem conspicuous, and surrounded by other derelict buildings that discouraged even the homeless from establishing camps nearby. Inside, Alexei had created his workspace. Heavy chains suspended from reinforced ceiling beams, installed during the building's operational years to lift machinery, now served a darker purpose. He'd arranged a table made from a sheet of industrial steel balanced on concrete blocks, a surface that wouldn't absorb fluids and could be cleaned efficiently. Portable lights powered by a generator he'd transported in stages provided illumination. And tools, carefully selected and maintained, waited in organized rows. Medical scalpels, butchering knives, bone saws, pliers, and implements whose purposes defied immediate identification. The hours Tatiana Sokolova spent in that warehouse would never be fully reconstructed. She wasn't reported missing quickly enough for time-of-death estimates to provide meaningful information. But forensic analysis of the crime scene told a story of systematic torture conducted with medical precision. Alexei hadn't killed her quickly. Instead, he'd applied his anatomical knowledge to keep her conscious and aware for as long as physiologically possible, mapping the boundaries between pain and death with the curiosity of a researcher conducting experiments. He documented everything in notebooks later discovered during his arrest, clinical observations written in cramped handwriting, describing Tatiana's responses to different stimuli, noting how long consciousness persisted during various procedures, recording vocalizations and physical reactions with the detachment of a scientist observing laboratory specimens. There were no expressions of remorse, no acknowledgement of Tatiana's humanity. She was subject one in Alexei's comprehensive study of suffering. When he finished, Alexei dismembered the body with the efficiency his meat processing employment had taught him. But unlike a professional butcher working for utility, Alexei created deliberate patterns. He wrapped each segment in newspaper dated exactly 1 week before Tatiana's disappearance, a detail investigators would later recognize as signature behavior. Then he distributed the packages across 14 kilometers of wilderness, spacing them at precise intervals, creating a grotesque trail that required extensive search operations to map completely. The first package was discovered by mushroom foragers in late March 2003. The contents, a human forearm, partially preserved by the freezing temperatures, shocked the middle-aged couple who'd simply been seeking early spring fungi. Police responded, expecting to find the remainder of the body nearby. Instead, they found a carefully placed GPS coordinates scratched into a nearby tree, pointing to the next location. Thus began a macabre scavenger hunt that consumed weeks of police resources and generated sensational media coverage throughout the region. Each body part led to another, and with each discovery, the true horror of what had been done to Tatiana Sokolova became more apparent. The precision of the dismemberment impressed even seasoned investigators. The calculated distribution pattern suggested intelligence and planning that elevated this beyond a crime of passion into something far more disturbing. But what truly horrified investigators were the marks on the bones themselves. Forensic analysis revealed evidence of injuries inflicted per mortem, around the time of death, that served no purpose except to cause pain. Controlled bone fractures, careful scoring of skeletal surfaces, damage to nerve-dense areas that would have generated excruciating agony while keeping the victim alive and conscious. Whoever had killed Tatiana Sokolova understood human anatomy at an expert level and had used that knowledge to maximize suffering. The investigation initially focused on individuals with medical or veterinary training, but the suspect pool was enormous. Chelyabinsk, a city of over 1 million, had numerous healthcare facilities, veterinary clinics, and medical schools producing hundreds of graduates annually. Investigators interviewed suspects whose alibis eliminated them from consideration. The case gradually cooled, relegated to the unsolved files that accumulated in every police department. Alexei, meanwhile, was already selecting his second victim. Marina Fedorova was 23, working 2 jobs to support her younger siblings after their parents died in a car accident. She cleaned offices at night and worked daytime shifts at a grocery store, grinding through 18-hour days that left her exhausted and vulnerable. On a July evening in 2003, she accepted a ride from a customer she vaguely recognized. A quiet man who'd helped her carry heavy boxes to the stockroom several times, who seemed harmless and polite, whose car offered refuge from a sudden rainstorm. Alexei had been watching Marina for weeks, learning her schedule, identifying patterns, waiting for optimal conditions. The rainstorm provided perfect cover. Streets emptied quickly in heavy weather, witnesses stayed indoors, and the sound of rain would mask any screams. He drove Marina not to her apartment but to a different location than his first kill, demonstrating the adaptability that would make him so difficult to catch. This time, Alexei chose an abandoned apartment building scheduled for demolition, one of many condemned structures awaiting destruction in Chelyabinsk's endless cycle of decay and renewal. The entire building was empty, floors stripped of anything valuable by scavengers, windows broken out, but the basic structure remained sound. Alexei had prepared a room on the third floor, far enough from street level that casual passersby wouldn't investigate sounds, yet accessible enough for his purposes. Marina's ordeal lasted longer than Tatiana's. Alexei was refining his techniques, learning from his first experience, applying lessons that made him more efficient at prolonging consciousness and awareness. His notebooks from this period, recovered after his arrest, described experiments with tourniquet placement, pressure point manipulation, and strategic injury sequencing that demonstrated increasingly sophisticated understanding of how to maintain a victim at the edge of death without crossing the threshold. When investigators eventually found Marina's body, it was displayed in a manner that sent chills through even the most experienced detectives. Alexei had posed her in the building's lobby, seated on a chair as though waiting for an appointment, her eyes surgically removed and replaced with smooth stones, her mouth sewn shut with medical sutures. The positioning required rigor mortis to have passed, meaning Alexei had stayed with the corpse for at least 48 hours after death, arranging and rearranging until achieving the desired effect. This theatrical element was new. Tatiana's remains had been dispersed, hidden across miles of wilderness. Marina's body was a presentation, a message, though investigators couldn't determine what that message meant. Forensic analysis revealed the same perimortem torture patterns, controlled injuries designed to maximize pain while preventing immediate death. But the post-mortem staging suggested Alexei's psychology was evolving. He was no longer satisfied with simply inflicting suffering. He wanted to create scenes, to communicate through his victims' bodies, to transform murder into performance art. The media coverage intensified. 2 young women, both murdered with medical precision, both displayed or distributed in calculated patterns that suggested intelligence and planning. Headlines screamed about a surgical killer stalking Chelyabinsk. Citizens purchased deadbolts and pepper spray. Women avoided traveling alone after dark. And police, under increasing pressure to solve the cases, formed a dedicated task force that ultimately included investigators from Moscow. Detective Andrei Volkov, a veteran homicide investigator assigned to lead the task force, recognized they were hunting someone exceptional. The crime scenes demonstrated sophistication that typically required years of killing to develop, yet they'd identified only 2 victims, suggesting either undiscovered murders or a perpetrator with extraordinary self-control and planning capacity. Volkov ordered his team to expand the investigation timeline, searching for similar unsolved cases throughout the region. They found disturbing patterns. Over the previous 5 years, at least a dozen individuals had disappeared without trace in Chelyabinsk and surrounding areas. Most were written off as voluntary departures, people escaping debt, abusive relationships, or simply seeking better opportunities elsewhere. But when Volkov's team mapped the disappearances, focusing specifically on young women and men last seen in industrial areas of the city, a cluster emerged that suggested something more sinister than coincidence. Had Alexei been killing longer than they realized? Were Tatiana and Marina his first victims, or simply the first he'd chosen to display? The answers remained elusive, but Volkov's instincts told him they were dealing with a predator who'd been active for years, gradually refining techniques and working towards some ultimate goal they couldn't yet comprehend. As autumn arrived in 2003, bringing the first frost that would harden into Siberian winter, Alexei Varekin was already planning his next hunt. The media attention excited rather than frightened him. Seeing investigators struggle to understand his work validated the intelligence he'd always known he possessed. They were examining evidence, interviewing suspects, developing profiles, and all their efforts were futile because they couldn't comprehend the truth. Alexei wasn't killing from anger or sexual compulsion or any of the typical motivations that drove serial murderers. He was conducting research. Every victim taught him something new about human limits, about pain thresholds, about the boundaries between life and death. He was building a comprehensive understanding of suffering, accumulating knowledge that no medical school would teach and no textbook would document. And he was just beginning to explore what that knowledge made possible. His third victim was named Dmitry Koslov, a 26-year-old construction worker who represented Alexei's first male target. The choice was deliberate. Alexei wanted to compare responses between sexes to determine whether anatomical differences affected pain perception and endurance. Dmitry was grabbed from outside a bar in late October, drunk enough to be vulnerable, but not so intoxicated that it would compromise Alexei's data collection. The location for this kill was perhaps his most audacious yet. Alexei used an abandoned medical clinic on the outskirts of the city, a facility that had closed during healthcare system reforms, leaving behind examination rooms, surgical equipment, and all the infrastructure necessary for his purposes. The symbolism pleased him, using a place designed for healing to instead perfect techniques of harm. Dmitry Koslov's death introduced new elements to Alexei's methodology. The surgical equipment available in the abandoned clinic allowed for procedures Alexei had only theorized about previously. He performed experimental surgeries on the living victim, removing non-essential organs, severing nerve bundles to study the resulting paralysis, and conducting vivisection that would have been impossible without proper instruments. His notebooks from this period contained increasingly disturbing observations. Alexei noted how male physiology differed in pain response, how muscle mass affected hemorrhage patterns, how different sedatives and stimulants could be balanced to maintain consciousness despite traumatic injury. He was developing a comprehensive understanding that went far beyond what any legitimate medical professional would possess. Knowledge built not from clinical practice but from unrestricted experimentation on unwilling subjects. Dmitry's body was found suspended from a highway overpass, hanging upside down in the pose of the hanged man from tarot decks, completely drained of blood. The display occurred during morning rush hour, ensuring maximum visibility and psychological impact. Drivers passing beneath the overpass witnessed the corpse swaying slightly in the winter wind, its pale skin luminescent against the gray dawn sky. The message was clear. Alexei wanted attention. He wanted his work seen, discussed, and feared. The careful concealment that characterized his early kills was giving way to theatrical presentation that demanded public acknowledgement. He was no longer simply killing. He was building a reputation, creating a legacy of terror that would endure long after his eventual capture. Detective Volkov and his task force worked around the clock, analyzing evidence, conducting interviews, and building profiles. They knew their killer possessed medical training, had access to multiple secure locations, owned or had access to vehicles for transporting victims, and demonstrated increasing boldness with each murder. But knowing these facts and identifying the specific individual remained frustratingly distant goals. Chelyabinsk descended into paranoid winter. Citizens viewed strangers with suspicion. The industrial wastelands Alexei favored for his hunting grounds became places people avoided entirely. And still, the killing continued, each murder more elaborate than the last, each crime seen a demonstration of capabilities that seemed to expand with each victim. His fourth victim, his fifth, his sixth. The names blurred together for everyone except the families who mourned them, but each represented another chapter in Alexei's comprehensive study of suffering. He was documenting everything, creating archives of agony that would eventually fill dozens of notebooks with cramped handwriting, clinical observations, and detailed sketches that transformed human bodies into anatomical diagrams annotated with pain points and vulnerabilities. The city was living in fear, and Alexei Varekin was thriving. This was the period he would later describe as his most productive, when the techniques he'd theorized for years were finally being tested and refined, when the limitations he'd always chafed against, medical ethics, legal constraints, social expectations, had been stripped away, leaving only pure exploration of what human bodies could endure before consciousness finally fled into death's mercy. By late 2004, Alexei Varekin had refined his craft to a level that both terrified law enforcement and provided him with the confidence to accelerate his activities. The early caution that characterized his first kills had dissolved, replaced by a predator's arrogance born from repeated success. He'd murdered at least 9 people, the confirmed count based on bodies discovered, and investigators suspected the actual number climbed significantly higher, perhaps encompassing those early disappearances that Volkov's team had flagged as potentially connected. Alexei's methodology had evolved into a systematic process that demonstrated remarkable discipline. He divided his activities into distinct phases, each executed with the meticulous planning that had allowed him to evade capture for years. The hunting phase involved weeks or sometimes months of surveillance, during which Alexei studied potential victims, memorized their routines, identified vulnerabilities, and waited for optimal circumstances. He kept detailed logs of this reconnaissance, noting patterns of movement, social connections, and the likelihood that a disappearance would trigger immediate investigation. His target selection followed specific criteria. Alexei preferred victims who existed on society's margins, individuals whose absence would generate minimal immediate concern, construction workers who moved frequently between job sites, sex workers whose clients expected them to be transient, homeless individuals whose disappearances were often attributed to exposure or voluntary relocation, young people estranged from families who might not report them missing for weeks. This targeting strategy provided him with precious time between abduction and the beginning of serious investigation, hours or days during which he could work without the pressure of immediate pursuit. The capture phase required patience and opportunity converging. Alexei never rushed this stage, understanding that forced attempts increased risk exponentially. Instead, he positioned himself in proximity to selected targets and waited for moments of vulnerability, exhaustion, intoxication, distraction, or simply the unfortunate timing of being alone in an isolated location. He approached victims with practiced normalcy, offering assistance or rides or friendly conversation that lowered defensive instincts before the attack. Once secured, victims were transported to one of several locations Alexei maintained throughout Chelyabinsk's industrial zones. He never used the same site consecutively, rotating between abandoned facilities to avoid establishing patterns that investigators might identify. Each location was prepared in advance with the tools and equipment necessary for his work, and each was selected for features that served his purposes: soundproofing provided by distance and structural barriers, accessibility that allowed him to come and go without attracting attention, and layouts that gave him complete control over the environment. The experimentation phase was where Alexei's true nature revealed itself. Duration varied depending on his objectives for each particular victim, but typically spanned several days during which he conducted procedures that defied comprehension. His medical knowledge allowed him to keep victims alive and conscious far longer than natural physiology would permit, using combinations of stimulants, fluids, and surgical interventions that counteracted shock and blood loss. He documented responses to different stimuli, tested theories about pain perception, and gradually expanded the boundaries of what he believed human bodies could endure. His notebooks from this period, later entered as evidence during his trial, contained passages that even seasoned prosecutors struggled to read aloud. Clinical descriptions of procedures performed without anesthesia. Measurements of pain responses quantified on scales Alexei had developed. Sketches of human anatomy with annotations indicating which structures could be damaged or removed while maintaining consciousness. Observations about how different individuals responded to identical stimuli, leading Alexei to theorize about variables affecting pain tolerance. Age, physical conditioning, psychological state, and even factors as specific as time of day and ambient temperature. The disposal phase demonstrated Alexei's increasing theatricality. Early victims had been hidden or dispersed, but as his confidence grew, his presentations became more elaborate. Bodies appeared in public spaces, posed in positions that conveyed meaning only Alexei understood. Some were displayed complete, arranged in tableaus that suggested peaceful sleep despite the horrors visible on closer examination. Others were disarticulated and distributed across locations in patterns that formed geometric shapes when mapped: triangles, pentagrams, and designs that suggested ritualistic significance, though investigators never determined whether Alexei held actual occult beliefs or simply enjoyed the confusion these patterns generated. One victim was found seated at a bus stop, appearing at first glance to be sleeping, until commuters waiting for morning transport noticed the absolute stillness and the fact that the figure didn't breathe despite sub-zero temperatures that should have produced visible exhalations. Another was discovered in a children's playground, suspended from a swing set in a position that mimicked a child at play until the approaching daycare worker realized she was looking at an adult corpse arranged with macabre attention to detail. These public displays served multiple purposes for Alexei. They guaranteed his work would be discovered quickly, before decomposition obscured the evidence of his techniques. They generated media coverage that fed his ego and confirmed his intellectual superiority over the investigators pursuing him. And they terrorized the community, transforming everyday locations into potential crime, scenes that kept citizens in perpetual anxiety. Detective Volkov's task force expanded to include specialists from across Russia. Criminal profilers developed psychological portraits suggesting the killer possessed advanced medical training, narcissistic personality traits, and a need for public recognition that was escalating with each murder. Forensic experts analyzed trace evidence recovered from crime scenes, building a database of fibers, chemical residues, and biological materials that might eventually provide connections to the perpetrator. And investigators conducted thousands of interviews, slowly building a comprehensive picture of Chelyabinsk's underworld. The abandoned places, the transient populations, the invisible spaces where someone could operate with impunity. But Alexei stayed ahead of them. His rotating selection of disposal sites meant investigators couldn't stake out likely locations. His careful victim selection ensured that witnesses who might place him with victims were few and unreliable. Who remembered seeing a construction worker talking to another construction worker weeks earlier. His forensic awareness, developed through extensive reading of police procedure manuals, meant he left minimal trace evidence, and what little he did leave was contaminated or common enough to be useless for identification purposes. The investigation's frustration reached peaks during periodic task force meetings, where months of work yielded negligible progress toward identification. They had evidence, extensive physical evidence from multiple crime scenes. They had witness statements, vague descriptions of an average-looking man in his 20s or 30s, possibly driving a dark-colored sedan, though witnesses disagreed on virtually every detail. They had forensic analysis suggesting the killer worked in meat processing or a medical field. But none of this narrowed the suspect pool to actionable dimensions. Volkov understood they needed either extraordinary luck or a mistake by the killer. Serial offenders almost always eventually made errors, growing too confident, taking unnecessary risks, or simply experiencing circumstances they couldn't control. The question was how many more victims would die before that mistake occurred. Alexei, meanwhile, was experiencing his most productive period. The years between 2004 and 2007 represented an apex in his activities, during which he killed with increasing frequency and decreasing intervals between murders. His notebooks suggest he was working toward some comprehensive understanding, building toward conclusions that required extensive data collection. Each victim represented another data point, another opportunity to test theories and refine techniques. His seventh victim was a 19-year-old sex worker named Oksana Belova. Alexei selected her specifically because her profession meant clients expected her to be available at irregular hours and wouldn't immediately worry if she failed to respond to messages. He kept Oksana alive for 6 days, longer than any previous victim, conducting experiments in sensory deprivation combined with intermittent acute pain stimuli that he hypothesized would produce unique psychological deterioration patterns. The eighth victim was Pavel Sorokin, a 42-year-old homeless man with alcohol dependency who was unlikely to be reported missing. Alexei used Pavel to test theories about how chronic substance abuse affected pain perception and physical resilience. His findings, documented with disturbing thoroughness, suggested that contrary to common belief, long-term alcohol use actually decreased pain tolerance rather than increasing it, though the mechanisms behind this fascinated Alexei enough that he devoted extensive notebook space to theoretical explanations. Victims 9 through 12 occurred in rapid succession during the winter of 2005 to 2006. Alexei appeared to be testing variables systematically, comparing responses between age groups, between genders, between individuals with different body types and fitness levels. His notebooks indicate he was developing a comprehensive pain taxonomy, categorizing suffering into distinct types and intensities, creating a framework that treated agony as an academic subject worthy of serious study. Victim 13, Larissa Novikova, was a university student whose disappearance finally generated the kind of sustained media attention and public pressure that forced authorities to dedicate even more resources to the investigation. Unlike previous victims, Larissa came from a prominent family with connections to local government. Her father, a mid-level bureaucrat, used every contact and favor owed to ensure his daughter's case received maximum attention. Television stations ran nightly updates, newspapers printed front-page stories, and citizens' anxiety transformed into anger directed at police perceived as incompetent. The pressure on Volkov and his team became immense. They worked double shifts, pursued leads that ranged from credible to absurd, and endured criticism from media commentators who questioned why a killer had operated freely for years in a city with substantial law enforcement resources. The honest answer, that Alexei was extraordinarily careful, intelligent, and adaptable, satisfied no one. The public wanted arrests, convictions, and assurance that their city was safe. The task force could provide none of these. Alexei killed Larissa with particular cruelty, perhaps motivated by the attention her disappearance generated, or perhaps simply continuing his research agenda regardless of external circumstances. Her body was discovered in the central square, posed on a bench as though reading a book, her eyes open and appearing to focus on the pages though the life behind them had been extinguished days earlier. The book, investigators determined, was a medical text on neuroanatomy. Alexei's way of signing his work and taunting investigators with references to knowledge they understood he possessed but couldn't use to identify him. This was also the period when Alexei began communicating directly with media. Anonymous letters arrived at newspaper offices and television stations, typed on generic paper using public computers at libraries and internet cafes, describing the murders from the killer's perspective. The letters were analytical rather than boastful, discussing techniques and observations with the detachment of a researcher publishing findings. They included details about the crimes that only the actual killer could know, establishing authenticity and ensuring publication. These communications provided investigators with additional evidence. Writing style, vocabulary, references that suggested educational background, but also gave Alexei another platform to demonstrate his perceived superiority. He corrected errors in media reporting, clarified misunderstandings about his motivations, and occasionally criticized investigative approaches in terms that revealed he was following the investigation's progress with close attention. The letters stopped after several months, leading some investigators to hope the killer had either moved, been arrested for unrelated crimes, or died. But Volkov remained skeptical. His instinct told him they were dealing with someone too intelligent and too committed to his work to simply stop. More likely, the killer had achieved whatever purpose the letters served and moved on to other aspects of his agenda. The killing continued through 2006 and into 2007. Victim 14, Victim 15. Each murder refined techniques further, pushed boundaries incrementally, demonstrated capabilities that investigators found genuinely frightening. This wasn't a disorganized killer acting on impulse. This was a predator operating with systematic efficiency, treating murder as craft requiring continuous improvement. And then, in late 2007, the pattern changed again. Victim 16 was discovered not in a public display, but in one of Alexei's work sites, the abandoned medical clinic he'd used previously. The body was fresh, suggesting investigators had arrived shortly after the killer departed. More significantly, the scene contained evidence, actual useful evidence that previous crime scenes had lacked. There were fingerprints on surfaces that hadn't been properly cleaned, fibers from clothing left on examination tables. Most importantly, security cameras from a nearby business had captured grainy footage of a vehicle leaving the area around the estimated time of death. The investigation suddenly had momentum. Volkov's team worked around the clock, analyzing the new evidence, tracing the vehicle, building connections that previous victims hadn't provided. They were closing in, though they didn't realize how close they'd come. And Alexei, for the first time in years, felt the unfamiliar sensation of concern. The vehicle captured on security footage became the thread that would eventually unravel Alexei Verikin's carefully constructed world. The camera, mounted outside a warehouse still operating near the abandoned medical clinic, had recorded intermittent footage over several weeks. Security personnel typically reviewed it only when investigating specific incidents, meaning hours of mundane recordings accumulated before anyone examined the tapes. But when Detective Volkov's team requested footage corresponding to the estimated time of the 16th victim's murder, they found something valuable. A dark sedan, license plate partially visible, leaving the area at 3:17 in the morning on the night forensics estimated the killing occurred. The license plate was maddeningly unclear. Digital enhancement recovered some characters, but not enough for definitive identification. However, the vehicle's make and model were discernible. A 9-year-old Lada sedan, dark blue or black, with distinctive body damage along the rear quarter panel. The task force immediately began compiling registrations matching these criteria within Chelyabinsk and surrounding regions. The list contained over 2,000 vehicles. Investigators began the tedious process of elimination, cross-referencing registrations against individuals with medical backgrounds, employment in meat processing facilities, or prior criminal records suggesting violent tendencies. They conducted interviews, verified alibis, and slowly narrowed the pool of potential suspects. It was grinding, methodical police work that consumed weeks of effort and yielded frustratingly slow progress. Alexei, meanwhile, was experiencing something unprecedented in his criminal career: genuine fear. He'd always known capture was theoretically possible, but his careful planning had made it seem distant, almost abstract. Now, for the first time, he felt the investigation's pressure closing around him. He'd made a mistake at the medical clinic, gotten careless with evidence disposal in his eagerness to complete his work, and that single error had created vulnerabilities he couldn't simply eliminate. His immediate response was to cease all activities. No new victims, no public displays, no communications with media. He went to ground, maintaining his legitimate employment at a meat processing facility, living quietly in his apartment, doing nothing that might attract attention. For several months in early 2008, the murders stopped completely. Citizens of Chelyabinsk cautiously hoped the killer had moved or died. Detective Volkov suspected they were dealing with someone too disciplined to panic and too intelligent not to recognize that investigation pressure required him to pause operations. But Alexei struggled with inactivity. The killing had become central to his existence, the experimentation and documentation giving his life purpose and structure that legitimate employment couldn't provide. His notebooks from this period reveal increasing psychological strain. He wrote about urges he was suppressing, about incomplete research questions that demanded further investigation, about the frustration of having knowledge and capabilities he couldn't exercise. By summer 2008, Alexei convinced himself he'd successfully evaded detection. The vehicle investigation had apparently stalled. He'd seen nothing suggesting investigators had connected the footage to him specifically. His name hadn't appeared in media reports about suspects, and the task force seemed to be pursuing other leads entirely. Gradually, he began planning new activities, though with even more elaborate precautions than before. Victim 17 represented Alexei's attempt to demonstrate he remained beyond law enforcement's reach. He selected his target with particular care: a drifter passing through Chelyabinsk with no local connections, someone whose disappearance would generate minimal investigation. He transported the victim to a new location, a facility he'd never used before, an abandoned railway maintenance depot 20 kilometers outside the city, and he took unprecedented care with evidence management, wearing protective clothing, using chemical treatments to eliminate trace materials, and documenting every step to ensure nothing would compromise him. The murder itself was perhaps the most elaborate Alexei had ever conducted. Having been forced into months of inactivity, he approached this victim with theories he'd developed during his enforced break, testing ideas about progressive sensory deprivation combined with calculated physical trauma. The victim survived for 8 days, longer than anyone before, maintained at the edge of consciousness through medical interventions that demonstrated Alexei's comprehensive understanding of human physiology. The disposal was equally calculated. Rather than a public display, Alexei transported the remains to a location over 100 kilometers distant, across regional boundaries that would complicate jurisdictional cooperation between law enforcement agencies. He staged the scene to suggest the murder had occurred there, planting evidence designed to mislead investigators about timeline and methodology. For several weeks, the strategy appeared successful. The body was discovered, but investigation proceeded under assumptions that placed both murder location and killer's residence far from Chelyabinsk. Detective Volkov's task force monitored the case but initially saw no clear connections to their investigation. The killing method showed some similarities, but differences in disposal and geographical location suggested either a copycat or an unrelated murderer. But Alexei had made another mistake, one he wouldn't recognize until far too late. In his confidence about misdirecting investigation, he'd spent too much time at the disposal site, arranging evidence and ensuring the scene communicated what he wanted. A rural patrol officer, conducting routine checks of isolated areas frequented by poachers and illegal dumpers, had passed nearby and noticed a vehicle, a dark sedan, partially hidden behind trees near an abandoned structure. The officer had noted the vehicle's presence in his log, standard procedure for anything unusual on his patrol route. He'd even recorded a partial license plate before the vehicle departed upon noticing his approach. At the time, he had no reason to connect this observation to anything criminal. But when the body was discovered 3 days later, less than 2 kilometers from where he'd spotted the suspicious vehicle, he reported the sighting to investigators handling the case. This information eventually reached Volkov's task force through routine information sharing between regional departments. And when analysts cross-referenced the partial plate with their existing vehicle data from the medical clinic footage, they found a match. The same vehicle, or at the very least, vehicles with overlapping plate characters, had appeared at 2 murder scenes hundreds of kilometers apart. The suspect pool, previously containing thousands of potential names, suddenly contracted to fewer than 50 registrations matching both partial plate records. Volkov's team began intensive investigation of each, prioritizing those with medical backgrounds or relevant employment. The list included Alexei Dmitrievich Varakin, registered owner of a dark blue Lada sedan with rear quarter panel damage that matched the security footage, employed at a meat processing facility, and with a documented history of medical school enrollment though no degree completion. Surveillance began immediately. Investigators tracked Alexei's movements, documented his routines, and began building comprehensive background profiles. They discovered his medical school expulsion, the suspicious circumstances surrounding his departure. They interviewed former classmates who recalled his unsettling fixation on pain and anatomy. They reviewed his employment history, noting the pattern of positions in meat processing and the fact that he consistently volunteered for the most gruesome assignments. But surveillance alone wasn't enough for arrest. They needed evidence directly connecting Alexei to the murders, physical evidence, witness testimony, or circumstances that established probable cause beyond the circumstantial connections they'd compiled. Volkov's team worked with prosecutors to determine the threshold they needed to cross, then intensified their investigation, looking for any mistake, any gap in Alexei's careful planning, any vulnerability they could exploit. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A storage facility on Chelyabinsk's outskirts, one of those anonymous rental operations where people stored possessions they couldn't fit in apartments or didn't want in their homes, had recently upgraded security systems. The new cameras captured higher quality footage than previous equipment, and the owner, civic-minded and worried about the serial killer everyone discussed, voluntarily provided investigators with access to his footage going back several months. Reviewing hundreds of hours of mundane recordings was tedious work, but investigators noticed something significant. A dark blue Lada sedan, matching the description of Alexei's vehicle, had visited the facility regularly over the past year, always late at night, with a driver who parked in shadows and moved quickly between vehicle and storage unit. The visits correlated temporally with several of the confirmed murders. The vehicle appeared shortly before victims disappeared and again shortly after bodies were discovered.